I did say the very first thing I said this morning was, I'm tired. I'm up at 5:30. Last night, I was trying to get stuff done, and I just fell asleep at 9:40 trying to get stuff done. So it's like I can't. The last 2 weeks are tough. So anyway, so again, we're going to recap because I just started the recording. So we've had a conversation for about 20 minutes now, just about if you have like a student group, right? So I have a student group called Hackerspace. If you have a technology club or anything like that, or you can create a technology club, and you're trying to figure out what do we want to do. Like the big takeaway that I think we need to get from that is like I really literally started with these Tinker kits and the Raspberry Pi kits, and I'm just looking at we're looking at SparkFun. From the, oops, wrong one. I did that. That's the second time I've done it in a row, right? We're looking at SparkFun, and I'd like so this kind of a kit here where you have all these extra physical computing compartments, but this is actually a Raspberry Pi kit. So one step above where we needed for this class. So everything that we're doing in this workshop, everything we did in last week's workshop and the networking, you can do with this kit. Plus, I can do physical computing components. I can do physical computing activities with this kit. So we talked about a minute ago, like we're doing a network monitoring, speed monitoring activity right now. And we could, with physical computing, we could modify the code to look at the results of the speed test that we do and have it turn on red lights, green lights, yellow lights, depending on where the speed is. Based on, say, maybe an average, like we can calculate an average, and we can, like, there's all kinds of things that you could think about doing and building out. So the idea of these is what we want to put in front of students is something unique, something engaging, something tactile, something that gets their creative, right, minds moving, right, outside of step-by-step instruction sets, right? We are using instruction sets. That's part of the deal, but you can see from how we approach it, there are several points along the instruction set where we can have teaching moments, and we could actually build, like on the one project that we're doing here, we could build an entire module that probably takes a couple weeks to get through to explain how, how different parts of this process work, so that they can dig in and get really good technology-based information. The idea of if you have a club and you're starting a club, or if people want to help you, grow a club and they want to donate things, if you don't have a pile of Raspberry Pi kits, if you don't have a pile of Tinker kits or Arduino kits, like that should be your first kind of thing that you put in this in your toolbox, right? Because with that we can use the Raspberry Pi to actually program the Arduino. We don't need to have a separate computer for that. We don't have to have what we need in addition to what you see on the screen here: keyboard, mouse, and monitor. Usually those can be donated, can be picked up from companies that are getting rid of computers. They can be bought at Goodwills and thrift stores, garage sales. You can be most of mine have come from our computer department when they were replacing computers in other classrooms. Like when they're upgrading computers, like we steal all the little parts and pieces. We didn't literally steal them. We got them to give them to us, but right, that's what we did to get this stuff. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then the idea of this, and again, I'm just kind of repeating it because we didn't have it recorded, but from having these Raspberry Pis and playing with them, they start building things and they start making things, they start getting interested. We then kind of introduced robotics. In my group, we started with with Raspberry Pi robotics. I found a really cool competition that actually takes place in Cambridge, England. And I convinced people to help cover the cost of that. And I've taken students to England 3 years. We didn't do it last year. We actually canceled the trip 2 weeks ahead of time because of COVID. This year is virtual. I am so forward-looking. I'm looking forward to going back again as quickly as possible. But that's a really cool activity because coming from a minority serving low-income state, right? Minority serving university, low-income state. Most of the students that go on that trip have never traveled outside of the country. right? So getting passports is a brand new thing, and getting on planes that that are longer than an hour and a half ride, like going on a 6-hour plane ride is a new thing, new country, right? I love the fact that it's England, so that we're speaking the same language mostly, right? So, mostly the same language. So we can interact, and we can, and because I've from England, I've taken a train to Paris, and it was really a fun time, but I was really uncomfortable because I just was not good with the language, and I had, it was a struggle. That piece was a struggle for me. Um, but it didn't stop me from doing it. So, but that's kind of the idea of that, is like, if you have these little kits that can take up small amount of space, you can get your students interested. You can grow them into robotics. You can grow them into additive manufacturing and do 3D printing and laser cutting, and maybe even CNC machines. I've had students. We have a CNC machine. It's actually not on campus because it's too dirty. Like it creates a lot of dust. Like, so we have it at one of our instructors has a workshop. It's over there, but we built a CNC machine. We built 3D printers. We use a commercial 3D printer. We use a commercial laser cutter, and my students can design and build anything that their heart desires, as long as it's not illegal, right? Or inappropriate for us building it in school, right? So those we grew into that. We grew into robotics, and that's, I was bringing up RoboRave because RoboRave is really good. They actually have a lot of online things, but they're based here in Albuquerque. So we've partnered with them. We are actually we have permission to host a Pi Wars like event, like mimicking and using the name Pi Wars. I think we're going to use Pi Wars North America is what we're going to use. And it's going to be part of the RoboRave event. There's usually about 1,500 people that come to Albuquerque every year to participate in RoboRave. There's international competitions. There's online competitions, right? You can use little bitty tiny robots that are, $50 robots. You can use up to $1,500 robots. So there's not really the barrier there is really tiny. And, the issue there would be kind of getting to a location where they're having a competition. But they are doing virtual. So anyways, the idea of this is like, with a group of students, the more you put in front of them and the more they play with things, the more things you're going to find yourself being involved in. We actually take donated computers, we rip them apart, we use them in our classrooms, we build Frankenstein machines. We actually have a mechanism that allows us to then sell those machines, which we haven't. We have the ability. We haven't sold machines. We've sold parts in order to fund the other projects. We have also had students take old machines, fix them up, get them functioning, and we have donated them to, we have a couple of halfway houses here in town that have students that attend our university or our college. So we provided them the equipment necessary for them to actually complete their classes, right? So that was kind of a fun project. But those all kind of stem from, having that organization available for students to participate in. So long story short, right? Or short story long, I think is what we ended up with. If somebody's going to want to support you, get Raspberry Pis up front, get Arduinos, then I would say maybe laptops at that point. And then I really like, I like the idea of the additive manufacturing components. Things like that, where they can start playing with stuff physically, doing things with technology. So I don't know. I hope that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Welcome everybody else. Day three. We're trying to finish building this thing. That's what we got going on this morning. Is getting this up and running. I don't know what happened here. I think maybe I got disconnected. Last hour. I don't have anything in the last hour. That's why. So last 24 hours, I should have. Yeah. So there's a little bit of data there from yesterday. So that data was still there from yesterday. And we need to finish it off because we want to automate that script, right? So we are working on the network speed monitor. I'm curious if who of you actually went out and finished it last night just because you couldn't help it. I'm hoping at least one of you did. Like, come on, somebody say they did, please. Just lie to me.
I was tempted, but I wanted to wait for the whole group experience.
Okay.
Seriously.
Nice. All right. I'll take that as a positive. Trying to find where I put my chat. There's my chat. All right, so there is one. Good. So at least one person did it. Awesome. I'm missing all the chat here. So yeah, if you have to leave early or come back, that's fine. We're recording. Now that I was reminded to record. If you have to leave early, that's fine. Okay, so interesting. So I'm looking at James's comment. You're using the Raspberry Pi desktop OS, so on a regular PC, like an older PC. Oh, so you are running so you're in a VM, and this stuff still works. That's awesome. Cool. All right, so that's good. Yeah, so that's a couple things we really haven't talked about. I think I may have mentioned them, but we've been using a physical Raspberry Pi with the operating system for the Raspberry Pi, and we've been using that, that physical component. There are two other ways for you to interact with the Raspberry Pi operating system, right? One of them is you can take an old PC or an old laptop. You can download the desktop OS, which is designed for x86, x64 machines. It will also run on Macintosh that has the Intel chips in it. And you can install the Raspberry Pi OS on a desktop. Okay, and I think we did briefly talk about it, because you can, from there you can connect a Raspberry Pi Zero, the tiny little raspberries. You can connect those raspberries to that desktop and communicate with the pins, right? So, when we're looking at, how can we deploy these things as cheaply as possible? If I can get donated PCs or donated laptops, I can throw the OS on there. And then at that point, I'm buying the Raspberry Pi Zero kit. In fact, I know somebody asked me about it yesterday. Amazon. So I think Vilrose has, so they have this Vilrose has this little kit. Like, so you're talking $27 total, right? And you get the device, you get the little camera cable that I talked about needing, a camera cable, you get a case, you get the power supply, you get the video connectors, like you get all the pieces you need to make this work, right? So for $30, then I can use the USB cord and plug my Raspberry into my PC, and then I can access the pins. You have to actually punch the pins in on this one, or you may have to solder these ones on this particular kit. Which that's kind of painful if you've never done it. But that would be like a kit that somebody could use to do something like that, right? So then we can, again, keeping our costs low. We're using donated PC, free operating system, and maybe $30 worth of parts to connect up a Raspberry Pi to a PC that's on the, that can be used for all kinds of things.
Gary.
Yes.
On Monday, I actually try. I have we have 10 or 15 old nettops. They're like 10, I would say more than 10 years old.
Wow.
They have Windows 7. They only have 1 gig of RAM.
Nice.
So I actually try with the Wipe-Out the operating system and install from a DVD, and it worked fine. It actually works pretty good.
Right. Yeah. Right. So,
yeah.
I mean,
I have 10, 15 of them that we can just put Rasp OS and.
Right. And at that point, literally you need, I'm going to go a different route as far as, instead of buying a kit, right? Instead of buying a kit for the Raspberry Pi, where can we go? I think Pi Shop, is it Pi Shop USA? Yeah, PiShop.us. So that's the Pico. What I'm looking for is the Raspberry Pi Zero. That's interesting. Like, where is the actual Raspberry Pi? Like everything here, other than the Raspberry Pi, I'm not seeing. I see kits. I'm not worried. I don't want a kit. I just want the Pi. Let's just do this. Pi 0. So not as organized as I'd hoped. And not why is it not there? Like, I'm just gonna go to the, I don't want to get a kit. So that's so that bundle, and that doesn't have okay. This is me talking and not finishing, right? So all of these, if you look, all of these are missing the pins, right? So let's go look at Pimoroni. I think there's other ways to do this, but we're going to go to Pimoroni. Pimoroni, these guys are awesome. They're based out of England, though, so getting the material here is not as easy as you would like, unless you buy a bunch of it. Which I'll buy a bunch. I can resell their stuff, so I'll buy a bunch. And 0W is what we'll look for. And they have it right here. So they have the ones where they've already put the pins on, right? So it's about $15, $16 probably, depending on the conversion. I think you can buy them about, I would say $15 is usually what this price is. But for $15, all I really need at that point is a USB cable, right? Because the USB will actually power the device, and an SD card, right? So for less than $20, I can plug that into any computer that I put that Raspberry Pi OS on. So that's a really inexpensive way to get access to the physical computing side of this. Like, so if you wanted to do physical computing, you could buy a sensor kit or wires and just kind of, push things together. But these are pre-soldered. If you're comfortable with soldering, you can just buy the regular one, and they usually come with and you buy the little 40-pin adapter for like $1, and then you just basically solder them together. But I just pointing that out, like, as far as a cheap way to get raspberries in front of your students, right? You can dual boot a machine with Raspberry Pi OS, and then connect these little guys together. The other option is literally just you can buy a Raspberry Pi 3 or 4 and hook up the monitor that way as well. I mean, all of those options work, right? That's kind of I don't know, to me, that's really neat because there's a lot of flexibility with how that works, how that goes together. These Raspberry Pi, go ahead.
I think last year I even I had like an old Chromebook.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can install using VNC. You can connect, just install a VNC client like VNC.
The viewer.
The viewer,
mm-hmm.
and you can access the Raspberry Pi from a Chromebook.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
That's also an option, yeah.
Yeah, so if they have a device, you can always, right, you can hook it up and connect to the Raspberry, no matter what happens, if the student has devices. And I'm trying to figure out, like, if you don't have devices or trying to set up a classroom worth of things, then you kind of, I really like this idea, this Pi 400 for $100, and I need a monitor, right? And if you already have a classroom that has monitors in it, right? Most monitors nowadays have multiple, ports for video. So you just use a port that's not being used, switch to video, and you set this computer down, and they can leave the desktop as it is, and they can actually work on the Raspberry on the monitor that's on the desktop. So again, just more options, right? I think you can come up with all kinds of crazy things. I'm trying to find the simplest possible things, right? And I think this one to me becomes the simplest. The problem, again, I think the problem here is that the way the pins are in the back, you either have to be really talented in counting and being able to see those pins, or you need to go to, say, SparkFun and buy that little $5 adapter that allows you to extend the pins out of the machine off the back end. So are there other questions about the kits or any other setups? Like, we've got, so you can also do virtual machines with this, right? So we have, I have VirtualBox running somewhere.
I got a question about the compute modules. Have you used them? Is that some sort of thing that you've used in classroom?
I haven't yet. I really want to, but I haven't yet. So that would be for me kind of the next step as far as the evolution of using the Raspberry Pi. And what Kathleen is talking about. And this is especially if you have ties to like HVAC kind of programs, right? Where they use PLCs, right? I think that's, this kind of gets you into industrial. It gets you into embedded computing. And what we're looking at, I went to the Raspberry Pi page, I went to the hardware. And I'm going to scroll down and try to find the compute module. Did I pass it?
I've seen people use it for like to use it for like data analytics and to use that instead of clustering your pies.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not.
Yeah, so this is the compute module. So this is a Raspberry Pi in a different format, right? It's designed to actually be embedded in a product, right? Or like in your case, like you could use it to do processing because you can get like up to 32 gigs of RAM on these modules. Like you can get so if you needed a lot of RAM space, this is the connector, right? So whatever the other, I haven't played with them enough to be good at this, right? But you can actually have the connector attached to whatever device, like the display or whatever, and you can actually plug this thing in. But it's a Raspberry Pi with everything that the Raspberry Pi has, but you can build it into industrial components. You can actually, they used to have, the older one used to be a SODIMM module. And there was displays like TVs that had a panel where you can pull it out and there's a SODIMM adapter. You can actually plug it in and turn your monitor into a smart TV, a display, things like that, without having extra parts and pieces. These are pretty inexpensive. I say that, and I hope it's still that case. Right? I think they start around $25, right? So, yeah. So this one is $25. This is the one with 1 gig of RAM, right? But you can see there's light versions, and then there's a full version. The full versions you can get up to, like, here's one that's the full version, 2 gigs of RAM. I'm sorry, 2 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of eMMC and wireless. And the price of that is $50. Is that right? One plus $50. Yeah. So 2 gigs of RAM for operating, 32 gigs for storage, and wireless for $50. So like you can't even buy a Raspberry Pi, 8 gig for that price. So, this is the 2 gig version. It's only $5 more than a regular Raspberry, but it doesn't have, it fits in a smaller space. And you have 32 gigs of storage built in, which you wouldn't have on a Raspberry Pi. So I think they're, I want to play with them. Like, I mean, that's kind of, I haven't played with them, and I want to. They have, right here. So wireless, yes. 8 gigs of RAM, yes. Storage, 32 gigs of country US, and let's see if it actually takes us out.
So it has 32 gigs
90.
on board plus an SD card slot?
I don't know that it has an SD card slot. You flashed this one. Yeah, I don't see an SD card slot. This particular model for 90 has 8 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of eMMC memory, right? So it's like a hard drive, which I think is where you would, I guess you would flash to that, your operating system, and then you would run it in the RAM. And then they have, so yeah, so again, I haven't played with them enough. I think the option of like running, doing, processing for machine learning is really a cool idea. This is the board that you would use to do the programming of this thing. I believe, yeah, this is an IO board, right? So I can plug the unit in here, and I can get access to Ethernet and all kinds of other things. And I don't think this board is very expensive either. All right, so this is kind of where you start to kind of build up a. For me, I look at it as like, I'm going to build industrial components here, right? So this is for $35, I get all these access to all these other components. Plus I have a much bigger brain and more, I have onboard storage that I wouldn't normally have. I'm trying to find the other, there's another kit that you use to program it. You can get an antenna kit there. I don't see the board on this list. I think maybe this is the board we use to program it as well. So this is your base board. So you would use this to do all the programming and connectivity and get it up and running, and then you would take it out of this and put it in your product. If you need antennas, you can actually plug an antenna into it. It's a really neat idea. Again, I haven't played with it, so I don't have hands-on experience with it. You know, and for use cases, the biggest thing that I can say for use cases is it's going to be where you can build industrial controller boards, right? That's kind of the big thing that I've seen them used for, is they put them into industrial control modules. And then, but you can, you know, with that, you can build products, right? You're building products at that point. You can do a lot of the work on a regular Raspberry, right? And get things figured out and get connectivity figured out. And then you can transfer that all over to a module, and then put that module, embed that module into a, you know, into a housing or into a product that then becomes the actual overall product that you're going to turn around and market and sell and things like that. So yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I haven't played with them. I wish I had, right? I wish I had more to tell you, because I'm excited about them. I keep looking at them. I just haven't pulled the trigger on one.
I said that next year's conference is going to be this topic. You're going to do that.
Is that what I'm doing? Okay. Let me write that down. I was told to do. So, okay. So compute modules, that would actually, yeah, maybe. So you think about that, we could probably put together a workshop where we, you know, here's the stuff you need to get, and by the time you get done, you are going to build a product. Like, that would be a fun thing to do. I got an email last night from the Computer Science Teachers Association, like the New Mexico version of that, from one of their officers. They want to do a Pi Day, right? So 314. In Pi Town. We have a town in New Mexico called Pi Town, P-I-E town, right? So we're going to act, and it's up in the mountains. It's really cool. And because of COVID, the pie shop actually closed. They used to have an amazing pie shop. Like, literally, you could go into Pi Town and buy pies. But they sent me a thing. Hey, are you interested in doing a Pi Day in Pi Town? I'm like, absolutely. Let's go to Pi Town and do a Pi Day. So next year, I think on April 14th or March 14th, right? 3/14, we're gonna go to Pi Town. So yes, compute module, I can do that. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, we can do next year's module on compute. We have to come up with some kind of really cool. So if you're gonna make me do it, you got to help me brainstorm this one. So I'm okay with that, but you got to help me brainstorm. There's way too many things that we could do, right? We can go on all kinds of paths. Anyways, any other questions, any other comments, any other? Oh, I fired up the VM in the background. So just so you can see it, this is the Raspberry Pi desktop running in a virtual machine on my computer, right? So we can do that as a project later this week if you want. Just so that you can you say you've done it? I know the networking folks, we did it last week. But that way, then, if you wanted to play with the OS and get comfortable with the OS, right, on your PC, then that's a way that you can do that. And it sounds like James has done the entire project that we've been working on. He's done that in a virtual machine. And we also discovered last week it works with VMware and Hyper-V and VirtualBox. Like, you can do it in any of those three platforms. you can get this, you can get the Raspberry Pi up and running on a virtual machine, right? So this is, right, it's the same kind of stuff that you're going to see if you're using a regular Raspberry Pi. Right, so pretty cool stuff.
My only comment, if we're planning for next year, is more game stuff or more project. Like what I mean is, gaming and projects are all super hands-on, and distance learning is the antithesis of that. So whatever happens next year, I think people would really want to do some more hands-on stuff. I mean, I know I'm signing up, but you know, we'll see what happens.
I don't know. I fully expect us to have this in person next year. So
we better have it in person. You know, I miss all that stuff you bring.
So
Also you.
Oh yeah, I miss you too. Thanks. Yeah, no, I think so. I'm all about hands-on. I mean, even this class, we're doing a lot of talking in between, but we are, I mean, you guys are doing hands-on project the whole time, and I run my classes that way all the time. So I would not do these workshops if all I was doing was talking. Like I try to avoid just the plain talking thing. I've always tried to figure out how could I use this and do a keynote. I don't know how I would put that together. So how can we do a keynote in 45 minutes and have everybody involved? So if you have an idea on that one, let me know. So, all right, I'm going to close that down so we can get onto the project here. So I make sure we keep everybody happy. I answered, if you have other questions along the way, and if I miss them in the chat, might just remind me, but let's get this finished so we can see the results of our, I want to see this kind of deal happening. All right.
Could you put the link for that computing module, that board, in the chat, please?
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think we should do like we'll bring kits and everybody will build their own arcade machine. Not that it would be any, you know,
That'd be awesome.
There's lots of value to that, but it's still like, you know, people be like, what's the purpose? Well, it's fun. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the gamification of education is really a way to get some of the students who are on the edge, who are like maybe not sure if they're interested, but they definitely have the aptitude, but they're like, but I don't want to do that. But showing them the fun, I think one of the most fun applications is the arcade aspect. And then if they're doing that and really immersed in it, then all of a sudden they're willing to listen and see whether or not like the larger scope of CIS is interesting to them, or network things are interesting.
Right. Exactly. So I have one of these in the other room. So this is a Picade console. So inside of this is a Raspberry Pi, and it's got the controller so that you can actually use the keyboard, you know, so you can actually just plug this into the TV and use it for, this is the kit as it comes, right? You have to build it from scratch. So there's a lot of students that really like this project. And we've done this project in hackerspace, not in a classroom. But that's kind of the idea that you're talking about, is like this, like get them interested in this. This is all physical computing things, you know, and you're actually programming the computer and doing all kinds of fun things in the background too. So like I said, the Raspberry lends itself. So the projects that we're doing now are to me, I feel are appropriate for in the classroom. However, there are lots of projects that I would absolutely encourage the students to do in addition to what we do in the classroom, right? The game, you know, building a game machine, building a media center, right? Those kind of things are all those all require you to have these skills, the same types of skills. You just, your end result is a different, the end product is different, but the skills are all really similar, like the same kind of installation, the same kind of programming, the same kind of physical connectivity. Your end result is different, right? And then by doing those kind of projects, your students, right, the interest in those projects is a whole lot more than, well, I think anybody who's a PC gamer would be interested in this project, right? So, and most of my students are gamers of some sort. They're going to be interested in what their network is doing, right? And do I have jitter? Do I have, is my network speed, lower than it should be, or what's the average of my speeds, that kind of thing. So this one, that's why one of the reasons why I picked this project, because I think this would be a draw for students to know what to do. So, anyways, okay, let's continue. Let's try to get this project done before we need to break this morning. So I fired up VNC, and I'm connecting to my Raspberry Pi. I typed in the password wrong. All right. So this is just, I left off where we left off yesterday. And over here, right? So we're on the automating this component, and that was our big thing yesterday. First of all, we didn't even run the speed test before, right? So in fact, I'm going to actually run the speed test just so I have a piece of data for this morning. so we can start to do that. So, and as I remember, I'll try to keep running that. But we want to automate this to be run in the background so that I don't have to go over there every time and run this, because it's really not useful if I have to go and run the speed test, right? It's just not, that's too much administration, and we can program it to run automatically, okay? So in Linux, there's this program called cron tab that allows us to actually set up and run services automatically for us, right? So to modify that, we run this cron tab -e, right, lowercase e, and that's going to get us into the cron tab. Looks like the interface, right? We don't have a cron tab for this, so we need to create one. If you're asked what the editor you want to use, we recommend use Nano. So that's one. Yeah, number one is Nano, right? So that's the one we're going to use. So I'm going to use number one to do the editing for this, and it created I don't have anything in cron tab at this point. We're going to add a line that says, to this job, the cron tab will run every 30 minutes if you want to work out different timing, right? So I'm going to run it a whole lot quicker than that. So we get this, I'm going to go maybe for 2 or 3 minutes just for the demonstration. I think that would be a waste of processing power, right? To continually run speed tests in the background would be kind of crazy. So in order to do this, we want to add to the bottom of this pile, right down here. I'm going to go with exactly what it shows, right? So asterisk / I'm going to go every 2 minutes. Looks like a space, an asterisk. I don't know if those are spaces in between those asterisks, but they look like they are. And then Python 3 / home / pi / speed test .py. So those that are a whole lot more Linux savvy than I am, if there's some issue with the spaces or anything, let me know. It looks like those are spaces. I am not an expert at cron tab, but that would again be another, right? Another kind of Linux based thing that we can get into, like how does cron tab work? What are we doing? How can we automate things? We're automating speed tests, but we could automate other kind of services and things that run on Linux. So that's something that, again, I want to show that these are teaching points that you could take this out and kind of dig into a piece, right? And maybe you don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but if you go out and you can, you can give them a little bit more knowledge about like what's happening with cron tab, and then they can think, oh well, with cron tab I could automatically launch X, Y, and Z, or I can run something over and over again, like this speed test, but maybe they add other things to that. Okay, so I've added on the bottom end of this asterisk / I put 2 for every 2 minutes, and then I've got which I'm hoping is enough. I'm going to go 3 minutes because so it has enough time to breathe in between. And only reason I'm doing 3 minutes is I want to be able to generate a set of data that we can see physically. Because if we have to do 30 minutes, we'd have to leave this running for the rest of the day. And I want to do a project where I want to switch out the SD cards here in a little while after this project is done. So, okay, does that make sense? So I'm just going to add that line. The line is supposed to run this program every, in my case, 3 minutes. So Control X, I'm going to hit Y to, and then I'm going to modify the cron tab file. Okay. Once done, we do that. Uploading your internet. So then, oh, that's it. That was it. We really could have done that yesterday. I thought there was so much more to it. And I didn't. I'm sorry. That was it. We could have done that yesterday before we left. Now there is another part here, and you don't have to do it, but you could actually create, test data. So then, if we wanted to show them how to connect to, and we could try this if you want. Anybody want to try this, where we upload the data? I think we may step on each other. We may step on it. Well, I think it's like it's actually a different program, so you can actually run it 2 different times. And if you run them in between each other, we could do one set, and it does it local to the influx database, and it produces the graph that we're looking for. And we could also then connect it to the Google Drive. Right. So this is what's nice about this is then we can introduce them to, this is like, getting into kind of skirting around the edge of cloud computing. Like we're using a Google Drive, an online storage repository, to save this data to it. Okay. So if we're looking at this, before you begin the section, you must be completed compiling and running. So we have to do some other stuff. So there's another G Drive guide that we need to do for that to work. I'm a little worried about things stepping on each other. I've already done that once this week and killed our Zoom call. I don't think this is going to cause that kind of problem, but I don't want it to step on the other things that we're doing. I'm going to jump over here to network speed. I'm going to switch to the last hour. All right, and now I can see I've got some data points there. And then we're just hoping that over the next, maybe 10, 15 minutes, we're going to get some additional data points. All right. So I don't know. This seems interesting to me. Are you guys interested in maybe trying to figure out this whole Google Drive thing? Is there any thumbs up, thumbs down, yes, no, kind of, sort of? There's a little shake of the head. So that's a non-committal, sort of, maybe. Okay, so to run that, right, to set up cron tab and run that, we literally just did that one piece. The next one here, we would need to do, let's look at how this compiling and running G Drive. So in this tutorial, we'll show you how to compile and use G Drive. G Drive is a command line tool for interacting with Google Drive. Okay, so this would allow us to, let's see, I'm just going to go through the instructions this time real quick before we start. Right. So Linux ARM uses for the Raspberry Pi. All right, so this is the one we're going to use. So we're going to download a tar. Looks like we're going to unzip the tar. We're going to run looks like just a script, it looks like, right? And then we're going to change some paths information. Oh, we're going to edit that. Looks like we're editing. Or nano, we're editing there, and then we're running the script down here. Then you got to go out to your Google Drive and get some permissions, like some authentication credentials, API credentials. which I like to do those things. I have my students do this quite a bit to connect to different services. I want to look through it before we get rolling on it. I don't know. I think that seems pretty, these are all pretty straightforward things. We're going to clone. So we're going to install Git. We're going to clone from Git, which is another thing that would be a nice topic for students to be aware of and how to use it. That, I don't know what that's doing. So it looks like it, I mean, I don't know that it's over. It's, I don't know if it's a complicated install. Just like looks like there's a lot of things to do. So I would say, yeah, complicated. I mean, I'm more than happy to do this one if we want to try to see how to set up the Google Drive, like a connection to Google Drive. That's another new thing. It's a cloud-based thing. It does involve API keys, which is something that you know, we have to do a lot in IoT. I think this is a thing. I'm looking at this going, well, this is something that my students in the IoT class, we should probably integrate this into the IoT class where they can actually save their data to a Google Drive, right, at that point, which would be kind of interesting. All right. So I got one negative vote. Is there anybody else? Good, bad, different? We don't want to do this. We do want to do this. Want to try G Drive?
I'm down for whatever.
Okay. All right.
It looks like 2 no votes though.
Yeah, yeah. So 2. There are, you know, 14 others, so, or 12 others. I don't know. I mean, there's it doesn't seem like there's nobody saying, yeah, let's absolutely do this. Right. So, I'm good either way. So then I will tell you the next project that I want to work on after we're done with this. So either we let this run for a couple minutes, like we take a break and let it run for 10, 15 minutes and we look at the graph and say, yeah, it's working. Yay, that's great. And then we come back and do the G Drive thing. Or we'll come back and we will set up a LAMP stack on a we'll set up we'll take your other Raspberry Pi OS. We'll undo this one. We'll take it out of the Raspberry. We'll put the other one in and we'll set up a LAMP, which is a web server, and we'll install WordPress, which again, it's another project I haven't done. And I know we have at least one web programming instructor in here that does web-based, you know, web servers and stuff like that. So I thought that would be a fun project for everybody that we can actually set up a web server on a Raspberry Pi. Like your students could build their own WordPress web server. And that's the project that I've chosen to go with next. And we're going to use, we're going to switch it up and not use Pi My Life Up on this one. We're going to actually use material straight from the Raspberry Pi Foundation, so you can see how their material is working and how it functions. So that's the deal. So we can, I think we should take maybe a 10-minute break just to let the data do its thing. And then when we come back, like, do we have polling? I don't see polling. Polling would be awesome. I kind of want you guys to vote on whether we do G Drive or not. So, let me think if I can noodle how we would do that.
You just say, if you want this, type the letter 1, and you'd like that, the letter 2. Like, you know, option 1 is this, option 2 is that, and then people just vote in the chat.
All right.
It's not anonymous, but you know, whatever.
Right, and that's kind of what I was trying to. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna leave it there. Like, you guys comment in the chat, right? we're going to do the web server regardless, right? So it's just a matter of, do we start it here in 15 minutes or do we start it like after we get done with G Drive, which would probably take us about an hour, right? Hour and a half, probably at the most. So go ahead and comment. And like I said, I want the data that we're kind of collecting here. I wanted to gather up some data. Like, so I wanted to sit here. I drank too much coffee, so I really want to take a break for a couple minutes so that we can, oh, now I have no data. Awesome. So I've got to figure that piece out. So yeah, I wanted to sit for that couple of minutes so that we can, oh, there we go. So we got some, so we can kind of see how this is going and then come back and I will go through, it looks like web server's getting the, I don't know. I'll go through and read and see kind of where everybody's at. Most people seem to be like, just jump to the web server and I'm fine with that. In fact, we could do that. And if we have a gap of time later on, we could actually circle back around and put our influx network monitor disk back in and do the G Drive thing. The only reason I like that idea, and again, like I said, we don't have to do it, but I think like anytime you have your students like connecting to and having to do auth keys with online services, right? That's going to be a critical skill that they need to be able to function with in their jobs going forward. So if we don't do that, we need to do something before Friday at lunchtime that has some kind of an auth token. And we can do like IFTTT as well if we wanted to do something really simple from that standpoint. So, so let's do this. Let's take 10 minutes. So 10 after the hour, we'll come back. We'll have enough data that I should at least have three more data points on here. I just wanted to see like a set of data and it's recording automatically. And then we can look, I'm not looking at the comments on purpose right now. We'll look at the comments. And then I'm pretty sure we're going to jump into doing the LAMP stack based on what I'm seeing so far. All right. So that's the plan. I'm going to mute and I'm going to turn off video. All right. You know, take care of business and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. See you shortly. All right. Cool. We have collected data. I love it. Yeah, one last little piece there. So that's good. Pretty consistent today. That's nice.
Kerry.
Yes, sir.
One question. When I had originally, I have all the graphs in one, like you have it.
Right.
At some point, I click on each one of them, and now I can go back. I only can see one of the things at a time. How is it you can put it back together? Do you know?
I do not know.
I mean, I just click on each one of the series. And then I cannot actually see all of them. Yeah, I did this. And then I've been trying to get it back all at the same time. And I don't know.
Hold the control button and hit him. And select them. So I like
all
download speed. And then I just hit the control button and hit upload speed. And it put those two on the list.
Oh, okay.
If I take download speed off or I go upload and then control on the ping, control on jitter, that's just showing me those pieces.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
So the other thing I would wonder if we could, like if, when we set the graph up, we set up the graph to be everything on one, right? And and somebody pointed out yesterday, because of my download speeds being way high, right? And these other speeds being way low, like when you add them all together, my chart, right? So you look at this chart and you're like, well, that's not helpful, right? But I'm wondering, it seems like I could make other panels and put individual, like put upload one, ping on one. So then that chart is like only the range of that particular, because you can see down here, I'm only in the, like, you know, if I go to just upload speeds, like I'm between 475 and high end 5.8 there, 5.72 there, like, so then, you know, that's scaled against itself. That seems to be a more, right? Even though the numbers, I mean, that 4.5 and 4.8, that's not a big jump, but I mean, I guess 1 meg a second could be an issue. But then when I, if I dump download speed on that, then like that's a flat line. Like, so I would actually want to have them maybe do different pages. Like each panel is a different page, like a different thing, right? Because this makes my upload speed or my download speeds a lot more dramatic, right? So down as low as 237 and as high as 238. Right? Which that's not a big variance, but I don't know. So again, I think where I'm randomly going with this, or where my thought is going with this, like, when you're talking with students about presenting of data, like, is that chart right there, is that useful to me, right? Only thing that's kind of popping out to me is like, why am I having ping issues here and here? Like, otherwise, the rest of this chart, there's really nothing to that chart. But if I'm looking at, say, jitter, right? And then I, trying to understand the difference between, what's the difference between, say, a 1.86 and a 3.52 in jitter, right? And this is a lot more dramatic because it's a single scale, right, between those numbers. Even if I put like, if we put the upload speed on this one, like, so those are, and then I thought, well, can you find correlation? Like, so this is just, me wanting to analyze the data and try to make sense out of the data. I think ultimately on this, it's really not like, it doesn't look like, a drop in jitter increases up. Well, that right there would indicate you increase upload speed. And that one, like, why did that go down? It came down here, this drops and that went up, but then, right, as it goes back, it comes, I don't know, is there any correlation there or not? It doesn't appear to be, but I'm not a statistician either. I don't know, right? So to answer your original question, hit the control and you select the ones you want to see on the chart. But you could easily have a discussion about, is this chart useful in its current form, right? I think if we had these three on the bottom, if we take this one off, download speed off, then maybe that becomes useful. Maybe not, because we have these high spikes here. If I remove that, then I can start to compare these two, jitter and upload speed, right? It'd be interesting to kind of take a look at ping versus upload speed. There's really not any change there, right? So it doesn't really affect it. And then the jitter speed, again, nothing, there's not like when I look at that point and that point, there's really not any correlation why these are different, right? It's just at this point in time, my ping speed was really slow, right? And then we only have, 15 minutes worth of data, right? Or 20 minutes, 30 minutes worth of data. I'd want to see it over time, and maybe we can see the charts go out, a little bit different. I'd almost want to see each chart individually and then combine some of the charts. I think having the download speed by itself and then all the other ones on a single chart may be the right way to go with this. Right, so take that off and put these two on.
Well, I think that's the idea of having the dashboard. You can have multiple panels, and
Yeah.
so we could probably duplicate this panel and then remove the old ones. So they only have one or two, they don't have to repeat the whole thing again.
Right. That's, yeah, and I agree with you. That's kind of the idea. And I'm just talking through it, how I would look at it and how I, and have a discussion with the students and ask them like, what is it useful, not useful, right? Because us following the instructions and getting to the end and going, oh, yay, right? I have a chart that I don't, I mean, there's 2 points on here that are interesting to me, these 2 pieces, right? Because of the way they're flatlined, right? But if I was only looking at that, then that now becomes interesting, right? And that's where, like, okay, let's separate these out. Like, so that would be the next kind of step for me on this, is like, let's separate these out. Let's have one, individual ones, and then we'll have a chart like this one where I can choose the pieces I want to see and kind of start comparing things, and again, over time, like, I've only got 30 minutes worth of data, at a specific time of day. Like, this is a thing like a baseline. If you think about baseline, again, let's talk about sysadmin, right? We're going to baseline our data, right? Our normal day information, right? So having 30 minutes of data is not enough data for me to create a baseline, right? I'd want to see, Monday through Friday, which is when our normal, typical, quote, work week would be. And typically between, say, 7 and 7, I'd like to see how our, and is there times of the day where we have lower speeds? Is there times of the day we have better speeds, right? And get a baseline, right? From a data perspective. I've tried to always bend these things into, if I'm the system admin, how could I use this information, right? How would this be useful to me? And like I mentioned a minute ago, the chart as it was right there, that's not useful to me. Now, if I collected up a whole day and maybe at 1 o'clock, this thing starts to kind of dip way down and then come back up, like, what's going on there? That would be, at that point, then that becomes an interesting point. And we try to look at, maybe we start looking at event viewers, we look at, well, that, that's lunchtime and 5 people fired up YouTube, right? Right. So, that's kind of the thinking, right? I don't know if that's useful to you or not. But that's how I would always approach these things. I wanted to collect the data so I could see that I have a good string of data. What I do know from this is that we are monitoring the network and we can collect the data. And then we've noticed that we can actually modify what we're looking at so that we can get better information out of it. I would want to see this. I'd like to let this run for a week during normal operations, right? And see if there are any patterns, right? That's a lot of what, cybersecurity is all about, is watching for patterns, like looking for things that are not normal, right? Or looking for a pattern that is a normal pattern and try to figure out why that pattern is normal, and then troubleshoot that thing. I'll use this as an example. I had a customer that, and we were doing, we were providing support for them, and we started getting phone calls like afternoon-ish, 3 o'clock, and with from the end users at this customer complaining of really slow network speeds, right? And it just kind of came out of the blue. It's like, we're like, so we go and look, and we're getting slow speeds, and then all of a sudden it kind of started working its way back. So every 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it would drop, and then it would kind of slowly kind of creep back up and be back to normal, maybe an hour and 15 minutes later. And we were like, and it started, it's the first time it's like, okay, maybe it's just an anomaly, right? And it cleared up, and we're like, okay, it cleared up, no big deal. And then they call again the next day, right? And the next day, and then we're like, okay, so there's a problem, right? So we start going looking and researching, and the night before the calls started coming in, one of the technicians had made a change to the backup schedule, and instead of setting it as 3 a.m., they set it as 3 p.m. Right? And a chart like this would show us like there's a weirdness going on, right? If we had a baseline. So basically at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, it fired off a backup and started sending stuff online. Like it would throttle the network, it would throttle the server, right? It's stuff that we intended to happen at night, in the morning, when nobody was there. But it was happening smack in the middle of the day when everybody was there. And they saw the difference, right? We saw the difference in the speeds on the network. And this is the thing that would actually help us kind of remedy that and be able to go troubleshoot what's going on with it. So to me, that's why one of the reasons why I like this project. First of all, you saw all the different things we had to do to get there, right? So there's all these different learning opportunities that we did to get there. And now that we're here, we can actually have a conversation about system administration, about managing your network, about looking, and troubleshooting things. And right, I don't have any data here that's worthy of us troubleshooting anything at this point, right? But if I had this data, or I had a monitor on my network and I saw a big dip, right? Especially if I'm a managed service provider, right? If I'm a managed service provider and I have live, live streams of the network speeds of all of my customers, and I see a massive dip in their speed, right? I could use that as an alert, and I would actually be trying to solve the problem before they call me and tell me that they have a problem, right? And that was always my goal when we were when I was running my company, is like, I wanted to know of the problem before they knew they had a problem, right? So I would use these kind of things to do that with. So, all right. At that point, I'm going to leave this discussion as it is. I wanted to share with you that that's how I would approach it, as far as I want to have this conversation now that it's done, and how we would actually use this information. Like, how do we use this information to make to have it make sense, right? I'm really liking the fact that I'm growing here, right? It's nice. So, too bad my
question. Is that Pi directly connected to your router, or you are going through the Pi hole, or on your whatever you did last week?
So this one, yeah, so that's a good, this one's not through, this is not using the Pi hole as its DNS. It's using the router as a DNS. So this one is, yeah, so this would be really good. Like, we could do this for, say, 2 hours, and then reset the DNS to go to Pi-hole and see what the difference is in performance, right? Are we getting more jitter? Are we getting more, or does ping take longer? What's the deal with that, right? So maybe we can kind of see what performance hit you take by utilizing, say, an ad blocking, material. Also, like, if you, we have firewalls that have intrusion prevention and intrusion detection, and if there's full packet scanning and things like that, like, if we turn things on and off, like, can we evaluate performance across the board? Obviously, we need to balance that with security, right? It's not like we're going to turn it off because we lose 3 meg of connectivity, right? That would be kind of shooting yourself in the foot for that, for that purpose. But if there's a bigger drop, then can we optimize the scanning, right, to maintain the security we expect to have and maintain the speed? Okay. Right. So can you kind of see how, like, first of all, to get the project done, we had to do database, we had to do this Grafana, we had to do Python programming, we had to do cron tab, we had to do all kinds of things at the command line. So there's tons of things that they had to learn. And now that we have a tool, we can use the tool to manage the network, right? We can use the tool to have insight into what's going on in the network. We could use the tool to test changes to the network. Okay. That's the world that I've come from, right? Is the management side of this, like controlling the network, managing the network, understanding what's going on in the network, right? And having it. If the Raspberry Pi was around 15 years ago, I literally would have had Raspberry Pis in every client doing these kind of things, gathering data for me. We had other tools. We had to pay a lot of money for those tools. But I would be moving more. I would do this kind of thing. I don't know if I mentioned it in this class, but I know in last class I mentioned it. I think, so that you get my background, I owned a value-added reseller company. I created a company with some friends of mine. We ran it for 11 years, right? We ran 11 years. We were a managed service provider before managed service provider was a name, right? We were doing the same, with these kind of management kind of components. We used a system from a company called Kaseya early on and when they were just starting out. And we monitored and managed 1,500 different desktops, about 40 different servers across 30 different clients. We pulled cable, miles and miles of cable. But I use these tools in my career. I use these tools to manage to manage my clients' networks. And we literally were calling the customer to tell them that they had a problem before the customer realized they had a problem. And always found that to be a successful day. Like, when we're able to see a problem, alert the customer that a problem exists, fix the problem. A lot of times we could actually fix the problem before the customer even knew there was a problem, which is what they were paying us for, essentially, right? But these tools are, this right up there, and this is what modern day computer tech support kind of companies are using. They're using these kind of monitoring tools to figure out what's going on in the network. Like, you know, two bad little pings here where we have this massive spike, but if we're seeing lots of that issue, then there's other, like, we can kind of start digging into what's getting in the way. Like, and that's where we put on a network scanner and start looking for what traffic is on there, you know, and try to figure out what's causing the problem, like what's causing the slowdown, what's causing the delay in this information getting out, right? Are there any questions about this? Like, I know, I hope that you find value in these kind of discussions and kind of how I would approach these things. I approach these as if I'm the boss, right? And I'm responsible for for maintaining my customers' networks, and I want my students to think in that kind of realm from day one, right? They need to be thinking in not just the fact that, oh, this is cool, we made this, right? But now that we have it, what do we do with it? Cool. All right. Excellent. Oh, look, we got another ping spike and a drop in. I'm the only one in the house, so I can't blame anybody but me today. All right. So for those of you who voted by expressing what you wanted to do, we are not going to do the G drive at this point. We may come up with something later on. We may not. We may revisit it. We may not. It seems like most people want to kind of move on to the web server, and that's perfectly fine. I'm good with either of those. We're going to have fun no matter what we do. So we are going to move forward with that. I'm going to, because I have extra machines, I don't have to shut down my network speed machine. I don't have to shut that machine down. I have a bunch of other machines that I can have access to. So I'm going to leave that running, so maybe we can revisit that component later. And what I do need to do though, so I'm going to leave all these things there, and I'm going to minimize that. So this is the box that we were just running on. I'm just going to close down my virtual machine connection to that box. If you are, well, let me go back to that machine. If you only have one Pi, so this is for the folks that have one Pi. If you only have one Pi, you'll need to shut down your system. This system here, we're going to want to shut this down, and you're going to want to insert the other SD card that we set up the other day into the unit, and then you're going to need to reconnect to the new Pi. So to shut it down, right, you go to the menu, you can go to log out, and then you can choose shut down, reboot, or log out, right? So in this case, you're going to shut down. You're going to watch your Raspberry Pi. There's two lights. There's a red light and a green light kind of right near the power, right? So watch it. The green light will flash for a little while. Once the green light stops flashing, maybe stops flashing for 10, 15 seconds or so, then you'd be safe to unplug the power. Okay, you unplug the power. You'll remove the SD card, you'll plug in your second SD card, and then you'll reboot the machine, okay? What we have seen in the past is it typically comes back with the same IP address. We may, and if you're doing the VNC, it will probably give you a warning that something is not quite right. If you're doing SSH, you may have there may be a modification to a file that we have to do to get you to connect, but the SSH doesn't really like you using the same IP and having a different operating system, because there's hashes that go with that, kind of based on our hashes from before. There are hashes that that don't match, and the machine kind of has a hard time with that.
So we're using the backup that we made before we started this project? Ah, okay.
Well, you could, yeah. So you could actually, that's a good thing. You could use the backup that you made, or you could use the second SD card that we created on day one-ish, two-ish. We should have created two that first day.
Well, we created one, and then we created the headless one, and then we made a copy of the headless one. So we want the copy of the headless one, right?
Yes, if you're going to use the headless machine. If you're not using headless and you want to have the screen, then that first one is fine. You're correct. Either way. I'm going to move to the one that I have on a monitor right now, but I'm going to use it through VNC. And I'm going to leave the other one running because I have that. I have the multiple Raspberries. We're going to install a different database server, a different web server. This one's going to have Apache on it, and MySQL and PHP. That makes up LAMP, Linux is the L on that equation. So if you have, yeah, so that's a really good, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I wasn't thinking on that. If you were running headless and you made a backup, right, you're going to shut down your headless system, unplug it, pull the SD card, put in your backup for your headless, and then we're going to do this setup on that card. Okay. Later on, if you wanted to if you wanted to have that network monitor back up and running, you would do the exact opposite. You'd shut everything down. You would insert the backup or the network monitoring OS. And because of the way we set it up with cron tab, it will fire up and it'll start running that speed test, however many minutes you set it up for. If you set it for 30 or 3 or whatever, it'll just start running that in the background, right? So that's one of the cool things about that. We can flip them back and forth. If you are going to pull it out and set it somewhere, I highly recommend that you, let me bring up my camera here. I highly recommend that you you have some way to organize that that device, right? That SD card. And the simplest thing that I've found to do, especially if I'm in a hurry, I typically have a notepad around me somewhere, and I literally will tape the SD card onto a piece of paper and write what the SD card is underneath the piece of paper, right? And I'll show you. So like here's a slip of paper that I just pulled it out of my notepad, but this is an SD card that I came from my Pi 4. So when I got the brand new Pi 4, this is the SD card that was in it. Okay. I put a new SD card in the Pi 4 and booted it, and I got an updated OS. But this one was in a notepad. I pulled it out to set it off to the side. This one, I was like, what is that one? Like, what is that doing on my desk? Right?
It's Christmas every day, right?
It's everyday Christmas, but that's the backup, right? So that's the backup to so my headless one is right there. This is my headless one here. So this is the backup to the headless, right? Which should be on a piece of paper. But my wife took my tape. I think that's what happened. So then that being the case, right, I have these little guys, right? So all these little pieces here. So I just need to find, so there's number 17. I like the number 17. That was my number in high school. So 17, right? And then I've got these little note cards that I keep this on. And I use pencil for this. This is my headless backup.
So whenever we kind of come around, I want to, how do we go about cleaning up? Like if we want to remove all of that stuff off easily, conveniently, quickly, I know that's probably not really, but how would you go about removing that?
So for the one that we just did, if we wanted to remove that, like we're not going to use it anymore, literally just rewrite it, just format it and redo the OS. That's the quickest, cleanest way. Cleanest. If there's files on there that you want to keep, right, then I would, on the machine, you boot the machine, using Chromium, like log into your Google Drive, your OneDrive, whatever, Dropbox, whatever, online system you're using, and copy the files that you want to keep to that, and then just wipe the disk, right? Because if you're just going to remove it to do something else, then a clean OS that's been updated is going to be a lot easier to deal with. You can do an uninstall of everything, or a remove. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's remove. But you could go, where you have any command where you did a, well, no, that would be this one. We did wget. We downloaded a bunch of software and things like that.
Yeah,
so
we did a couple of different things. So and there's no easy way. I mean, yes, you can go back through and uninstall those. But that's kind of one of those teaching,
Right.
the whole, security thing. So
yeah, so the simplest, easiest thing to do, reformat, reimage, you're clean. No, nothing else to think about. The more complicated, let me find, but the more complicated way would be to go back to the instructions. That's headless. That's the G drive. Let's go back one more. So I go back to this. You'd have to go back to each of the instructions and work your way back through. So right here, I made the directory speed test. So I'd want to go and remove the directory speed test, right? And remove everything inside of that directory. So then you would have to basically go back to I would go back to the instructions backwards and just remove everything that you did, right? So remove it, delete it, uninstall it. If there's a file where we copied files down, I would get rid of those files. If I made a config change to like a system file, like a WPA supplicant or config text or something in order to support this particular project, I'd go and undo those items as well. So the long route, do the instructions backwards, and just undo everything. Okay. The short route and the one route that will guarantee that you don't have anything left over, wipe it out, start over. But if you're going to wipe it out and start over, if there's something specific, like if you wanted to keep the file, like the program that you wrote, the speedtest.py, then absolutely copy that off on, put in a thumb drive and copy it to the thumb drive, copy it to an online repository, copy it to a file share. Don't format and lose code that you've already written that works, that you could reuse later on, right?
This would also be along the same lines, be useful as a student assignment. Turn this into a script.
Mm-hmm.
Where they can put it into, choose your folder, choose to, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that way they're reusing it. They don't have to, worry about making mistakes.
Exactly. So yeah. So then, if you took a set of instructions like what we did here, some of this, like this, setting up this board, I don't know what we could do with that in script, but like setting up the server to run or setting up, right? And if you wanted to do the same thing repeated over and over again, you could write a script that ran the bash command lines. You could, write a script that would create the Python code, or you'd already have the Python code. You just put the Python code in the right place, kind of a deal. Yeah. So from an automation standpoint, if I wanted to have this available for any number of networks, and I wanted to recreate it, I could write a script and have it do that way, or I get it functioning 100%. I wouldn't. Yeah, this one, because we're not using anything off of the computer, you could have this one at this point. Where we're at now with this network monitoring is I could do a backup copy. I can make a copy of this OS, right? And create an image of that. And then that would be my network monitoring image. And every network I put it on, it would be exactly the same. And then I don't know, there's a bunch of different things that we could think about doing, right? There's all kinds of, how do we take what we did and how do we repeat it next time easier?
I turned mine off, so couldn't leave it on here, connected to the network. And it didn't work whenever I came back. So I was trying to figure out, okay, what did I not save? Because everything that we did should have, we installed the database. I started the database back up. I started the Grafana server back up, but it still didn't have anything in there. So, but I'll look at it later. There's something probably I didn't save or something. I may have to go back and recreate the dashboard again.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know though. We didn't. when, like, I'm trying to scroll back through this. So we have a cron tab that should have come back and should have ran the speed test. But because it's running in cron, it may not give you errors, right? And, you know, in speed tests, do we actually open the database? Like, because we actually up here, like, I'm trying to think, before we got to this point, that's the install. That's not what I'm looking for. We actually connected to the database, right? We created the database here. So is Influx actually running all the time? Did we talk about that? Did we do that?
No, but I went back in and made sure that you know, I started the instance again.
Okay.
And it's still not working. I mean, I can't even get the speed test script to run.
Okay. Yeah. So that now has me curious. Like, so the way we set this up is, I think we'd have to go in and turn things on, right, by hand, which I think that's the script that, you know, I think that, you know, from what Kathleen was saying, I was like, now I'd want to go and say, you know, when we boot, I want you to, like, I need you to fire up this. I need you to fire up this. I need you know, I need that Grafana website to fire up. I need Influx to be actually enabled and running, like started, like, so it needs to start, like it needs to be a normal thing that it's started, which are not in this, like those are on those other two labs. So that now gets me, yeah. So that's another thing. I wonder, I'm going to write that down. Like, so I think the automating, you know, automating the start of that, automating the start of the network monitor. If I have some time, I want to try to figure out what pieces we need to do and how we would do that, so that when you reboot your machine, everything fires up properly in the right sequence, and then the cron tab runs and you're functioning. Because otherwise it sounds like you have to go in and you have to, like you said, like you tried to do, turn on Influx, turn on Grafana, you know, get all those things started, so that then the speed test runs and it actually connects properly. I don't know. That has me curious about that now. So.
Yeah, all the elements were there, but whenever I tried to run this, just, you know, manually run the speed test script, it was, I mean, it got this big old long list of failures, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, so there's something like something didn't fire up, or something's not running that it needed, or something's missing, or so, I don't know. We'd have to figure out what piece of that puzzle. So I've written that down as a kind of as a thing to kind of look at.
Well, that's kind of where my question came from. You know, we installed a bunch of different things, and other than just remembering, hey, I installed this, hey, I installed this, was there, you know, and that kind of goes to Linux management, which really isn't, you know, kind of the focus of our class. I know that, but I was kind of picking your brain a little bit.
No worries. No, that's fine. Yeah, no, I think that's a valid point, and that's what I'm saying. I think we figure out how to automate it, and then like a manual removal, I don't know. I think that would be really pretty painful. I'm going to write it down so that I could I have them as notes if and when I get a chance to kind of go through that. If I do something with it, I'll share it with everybody on what I came up with. That makes sense for that. Cool. All right, so I am going to, I'm assuming in the time that we've just talked, like everybody's been able to, I'm hoping, get a new machine up and running and get connected to it. I am going to, oh, I don't have VNC running. I'm going to add VNC to this machine real fast. This machine is on lock. I don't have anything extra running on this machine. No SSH, no VNC. So this should be working now. All right, there we go. Good. Excellent. So logging into a new machine. So I got the different background, so I know it's a different machine. The backgrounds, if you want, right mouse click, desktop properties. There's pictures here. There's a ton of pictures. One of the Raspberry Pi employees is also a travel photographer. So these are all, there's tons of really good ones. Just pick the one you like, and then when you say okay, it'll replace it. Okay, so yeah, so there should be an automating. I was kind of looking through this. We should be able to remove everything from that system. I think typically I would probably want to run a clean system, or like I just did, or like I would normally do, pull out the drive, I pull the disk out and just save it, right? So that I can plug it back in later and use it for something different, right? SD cards are relatively inexpensive from that perspective. All right, so the next project we're going to do, this is off of that WASTC page that I have that was all about kind of where this information or where this idea came from. We scroll down here to web development. The project I'm interested in today is this build a LAMP web server with WordPress, okay, which is going to take us to a Raspberry Pi project page. So we're going to kind of walk through how Raspberry Pi instructions work. I do want to point out that if we go up here to projects, so on projects.raspberrypi.org, there is a ton, right? And they are geared more towards the younger crowd. I will admit that component. There are some things that, like the one we're about to do, there's 9 pages of these things, right? So the LAMP server we're going to do, but there's lots of interesting things that can be done that aren't necessarily geared towards younger folks, right? So Flask, if you wanted to do web server with Flask, a Python web server, Octopi, which is this one says, so Octopi is a distributed computer system. Octopi with an O here is a 3D printing control system that's run on a Raspberry Pi. So there's, and I wouldn't think a distributed computing system would be, that's not going to be child's play, right? That's going to be something that really makes sense for our students to kind of play around with. So there's lots of really good projects here. Do not let the cartoony nature of these steer you away from these. You can pick topics that you want to look at. You can pick levels that you want to look at, and they go based on, they have 4 different levels. Maker is going to be the kind of the top level there. And they explain those levels. I believe they explain them from projects here. I want to make sure you guys understand kind of how their system is set up. They have I'm trying to figure out where those 4 levels come from. They have a digital, what do they call it?
If you go over to the right side, when you do find a project, it gives you the levels: creator, builder, developer, and maker. So you have to do like a search.
Oh, okay.
And that's how I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the levels here. Yeah, so I was trying to figure out how to define the levels, right? So if you go to maker, right? Public key cryptography, calculating pi, like these are going to be the all-seeing pi, like there's going to be a video thing, like these are going to be higher level things, right? So the maker is their highest level, and I was trying to get the definitions of those learner levels. I'm wondering if we Raspberry Pi, I don't know what they call them. That's what I'll find it. Let me write it down. I don't want to spend the time to track it down right now, but they have them kind of broken down by these different kind of criteria. So in the criteria, I'm trying to make sure that you understand the criteria. Learning level of criteria. The project that we are looking at, right, is the LAMP server with WordPress, right? So, and that link is provided here. I will copy the link into the chat for everybody. Okay. And what you'll see from this is that all of these, all of the Raspberry Pi tutorials have a, like, you're going to do this, and then you hit what's next. And then it says, this is what you need, what's next. And you set up the next piece and you do next. Like, it's just it walks you through. It's not in a single page kind of a deal. So they've converted in, all of their projects are in this format now at this point. So it's pretty nice. You can print out, and typically when you print out stuff, things get missed, especially if there's any kind of where they leave a gap. Like, you know, now that you've seen how this is supposed to work, like, how would you actually make it work? And there's some links out to how to make things work. So we're going to use this one as our set of instructions today for this. So we're setting up a LAMP server, right? A LAMP stack, Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. So this is basically turning your Raspberry Pi into your own personal WordPress web server. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So we're going to install software. Right? I love this too. Like, what will you learn, right? This is a, you know, that's sysadmin, right? Sysadmin, like sysadmin, right? Sysadmin, like they're all things that could be, you know, utilized in, you know, if you have, you know, requirements or objectives that you need to meet. Like, we kind of try to match these projects to learning objectives. So that's nice that they've done that. They have this digital curriculum. I think this is what I was trying to get to earlier. Raspberry has put together digital curriculum. Again, the digital curriculum is meant more towards kind of the primary school level. So at the community college level or the university level, like, you know, do we have matching things? Could we, and I would say embellish is not the right word, but could we rewrite this in a way that fits one of our objectives, right? That kind of thing. So that you can then take each project and match it to learning objectives within the course. And then from that, you know, include that as a project in the course. Okay. What we need for here is a Raspberry Pi connected to the internet and an updated Raspberry Pi OS, right? So we've got both of those things, is my hope. We're going to set up the Apache web server, right? So the first part is to do Apache web server. So you see the instructions are a tad bit different, but right here is what we need to do. They do explain it, right? You're going to open up the terminal, right? So accessories terminal. So if I'm actually on my Raspberry Pi, let's see if I can drop that over here, right? So they're saying you can go to accessories and go to terminal, right? You can also just click on terminal up here, but they walk you through, again, step by step. So we're going to fire up terminal, maybe. All right. And then in the little black box here, they give you what we need to type in. So we're going to do an apt-get install. So I think what we should probably do is a sudo apt-get update so that we have the latest packages list. This machine, we haven't, I mean, this is the first boot today for this machine. I don't know that we want to spend time doing an upgrade at this point. What we will do, though, is now that we have the updated list, with the update, I can do sudo apt-get install Apache 2. Right, so Apache 2 is in a -y, space -y, to give it yes for all the answers. Apache is a web server, right? And I can't remember who is it maintained by a more famous org, or is it just by itself? I'm going to jump over here. All right, so apache.org. So I'm going to copy that into the chat. So here's the, here's the list of the project. You can download it. There's documentation right here, okay, on how to use this. Again, like if we're teaching students, in this case, this would be a web development class, right? Then we'd probably want them to know more than what we're going to do in the actual project today. So we can reach out and kind of look at what Apache is and how it works and what to do with it. So if we're looking at start looking at the instructions, look like we install it and then we test it. Like it looks like it automatically just sets itself up. So just more of just kind of waiting for this to happen. So it's going to do a test file, and you can see the test file, the Apache Debian default page there. So hopefully once this is done installing, we'll fire up a Chromium browser and we'll go to localhost and we will see if we have a web server up and running, and then we're done with the project, right? Because the web server is functional. One line of code. No, that's not what we're going to do. So we're going to do more. We're going to do more. We only have LA done. We don't have LAMP done. So I'm going to fire up Chromium real fast, or relatively fast, or relatively, it's all relative. It's fine. Everything's fine. So our hope is we'll be able to, on the browser, we'll be able to just put in localhost and we should be able to see this page, right? That's our hope. Yes. All right. So Apache's installed. Sweet. Now, we did localhost because we're on the machine. Okay. I should be able to come over here like we did yesterday with Grafana. I should be able to come over to my my PC, and I should be able to type in the address for that computer. I believe it's 133. And I should be able to hit enter, and I get the same Debian page on the right-hand side. So left-hand side of the screen is on the local machine. Right-hand side of the screen is my PC connecting to my Raspberry Pi across the network, okay? So the way this one is working, we literally ran one installation program, install Apache 2, the yes, and we have the LA part of our server up and running. Okay. All right. So yeah, so that two things, right? So I went to it because I knew the IP address. If I didn't know the IP address on the Raspberry, on the left-hand side, if I did host name, right, -I, is it a capital I? It's capital I, right? That should return back my IP address. So I can use either one of these two IP addresses that's here, and I should have been able to connect to it from this other machine. I used the 133, right? And then, oops, that's not that one. Let me try the other one, 172.17.69.32, right? So I have two, and they both reply, okay? So I'm good with that, right? I think that's good. So the next piece of this puzzle, change the default web page. This is the default web page. Is just an HTML on the file on the file system. Right? It's located here, var www html index.html. So they want us to do a couple things. So navigate to the directory in the terminal and let's have a look at what's inside. So down here in our terminal, cd/var /www/html. That's going to get us to the folder, right? So if I do an ls, we can see index.html is here, right? what they want us to do an ls-al, which is going to give us the details about what kind of permissions are there, who the owner of the file is, right? This is the file. I believe the 2 dots is the root and the 1 dot is the current directory, something along those lines. I think it explains it over here somewhere. I know it does right here. 2 dots refers to the parent, 1 dot refers to the actual directory that we're in. And then this last one is, this is our file. Right? Okay. This does actually kind of explain what each column is, right? The permissions of the file, of a file or directory, the number of files in the directory. So it kind of gives you the information about what's going on with these columns of information. They kind of explain that over here. Then they want us to modify that, and they're using Mousepad, which is, I've never used Mousepad, so let's see what happens here. I don't know if it's, so that would be like a nano, right? So yeah, it's just another, looks, getting a bunch of warnings about things being deprecated. And then I'm, okay. What do we want to do here? To make a change to the file and save it, refresh your browser, you will see the change up here. First of all, theme parsing error, the style property, GTK button, default border, outside border. So some things got that we're no longer using. Like, so this style, I'm just trying to understand these warnings. This says that this isn't being used anymore and that it's going to be removed in a future version. So for some reason that's running. I'm trying to figure out, am I in? I am not in the prompt anymore. I am inside of this file, it looks like.
There should be another window that popped open. That's what happened on mine.
So you got a second window?
Yeah, you see on the top of yours, it says right there. It should
Yeah,
have
it's
opened
covered up over there. It's just to
Oh,
your right.
way over here.
There you go.
Okay.
There it is.
I'm like, what is this doing to me? Okay, so yeah, so Mousepad is a different editor, right? So it looks like it's, oh, and then there's me typing right there. All right. So if you make a change to the file and save it, refresh the browser, you'll see the change appear. So I thought that, so if we make a change, it will, like this is that document, right? That this is, you know, W3, Apache default Debian page, it works, right? So that's the page that we see when we do, when we go to the browser, right? So 1769, 133. So that's this right here is all of the code that makes this happen, right? So for example, if I went right there and I said it really works, okay, something simple. I'm not gonna, I don't want to save file. Is there an exit or is it just close window? We're going to close the window. Back to HTML there. If I refresh this page over here, I should have gotten it really works, right? That's what I was assuming.
You got to go down and put it in the right place in the actual context code of the page.
Okay, excellent.
So for example, that whole top section there in the code, that's all the page header. So if you wanted to put it down there, go down, scroll down through the document, and it's down a little ways. Go down.
So this that has nothing to do with what's actually presented then.
Yeah, you see right there where it says the keyword head right there, until you find the closing tag that closes up the header. All of that is dealing with just the formatting of the header of this page.
All right.
So we should begin to soon. Keep going.
I have mentioned that I'm not a web person, right?
Okay, yeah, so you see that there closes out. Now, whenever you come down, you'll start seeing some of the actual wording and verbiage that are on the page. So like right there with table of contents, that's actually what's printed out on the page. HTML's ugly.
Yeah. So
so scroll down just a little bit more?
Just change it in the span tag right above. There's
Yeah.
a span tag that says Apache 2 Debian default page. Right above it, right above it. Change that line and say it works.
okay, so I'm learning here, right? So I don't see, right? So there's the open of the span page and there's the close of, or there's opening, right? That's not the opening.
Don't change any code. What I want you to do is go to where it says Apache 2 Debian default page.
That
Right.
Click on that line and just over type that. However you want to do it, backspace it and put in it works. And then
Okay. All right. So then I'm going to pause for a second before I do that, right? Where does that come from?
It's to the very top of the page there.
The part that I modified earlier that didn't change.
No, you didn't modify anything. You were just typing in code stuff. What it's going to modify here, if you change that, see where at the top of the page where it says Apache 2 Debian default page?
Right
That's
here?
the actual text that you're going to modify there.
What created this then? I'm just asking.
No.
Right
It
underneath.
works is part of what that's part of the original page.
Yeah, Carrie, right underneath, if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see the it's works, the thing that you're looking for. So scroll down just a little bit more. Keep going. Right there.
So then this is what I really wanted to do then, right?
Yes.
That's what you're telling me?
Okay, there you go. I was going to tell you to put Carrie Bruce as cool.
That reminds me, we were talking about getting web pages in one of my classes, and we were goofing around, and I'm like, yeah, we can look up Carrie is awesome or whatever it is. Like, I don't know what it was. It was something like that. And one of my students looked up that it was available. So I'm like, oh, here's how you buy a page, right? So I actually bought Carrie is awesome as a web page for $1 in one class as a joke. So when you say that, I'm not going to put it there because I'm okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get us off on this, but because I don't know. Now that I've never taken a class in HTML. So
if you wanna have your students do something really cool, I delete this whole page and I use something called Bootstrap. You go to Get Bootstrap, it's like getbootstrap.com or something. They have templates and they're really nice beginning pages and they're a lot simpler to use.
Bootstrap.
Get Bootstrap. You can email me and I can show it to you. It's super easy.
Okay. Yeah. This is great. I hope you guys don't mind us kind of doing, where I'm like I'm the student at this point in time. So, because I don't know, that's just interesting to me. Like, so
now that you've modified that code, you have to save the file.
Save.
And now refresh your page over there and it'll say it really works at the top.
Yay. That's all I wanted to do. That was it. That's the only change I wanted to make. So, however, I do like the idea, right, Kathleen? I was like, it was Kathleen, right?
Yep.
Of like, let's, wipe out this page and here's some options that you have and you can, do this thing. That'd be fun. If you want to put the link in the thing there so people can take a look at that, put the link in the chat. That'd be really neat to look at. So from the instructions that we're working on, it says, if you make a change, and I just wanted to make that one simple change, right? I don't need to, we could, again, this is a place where you could pause here, have them do a project where they create their own really cool, page that they would present. Like, and then, who has the best page, we can do a vote and, everybody can show off really cool stuff. And right? That kind of thing. And if you're in a web class and you've been teaching HTML, then they would be familiar with this a little bit better at this point. But this is actually like, we can launch this, and then they can, now they have once we're done with this, they have a Raspberry Pi that they could actually build a web page on, right? At home, you know, on their own time and do their thing. And then they could bring it to class and boot it up, and everybody can, you know, you can give them the IP address and everybody can go look at it, or you as an instructor can go look at it and show it on the screen, right? And people can show off their work. Like, I don't know, to me, that's kind of fun. I think especially in these kind of classes where there's some creativity going on, that students really, if they know they're going to have to present to the class and people are going to see it, then they'll spend a little bit more time on it. They'll get a little bit more involved in it. I've seen that in my classes when I have those things. So I don't know. Right. So I'm going to, I modified it. We have it really works over here. And thanks for showing that to me. I'm going to keep on trucking on the deal to get the rest of the pieces put together. And then we can go back around and start playing. Actually, we're going to put, we are going to put a WordPress on this anyway. Right. So this is the HTML side. So you could stop here with Apache and they could actually do HTML web pages, and do them and program them and post them and share them and do all that kind of fun stuff right on the Raspberry Pi. Right. The next piece of this is PHP. Right. So for those that, and I'm not, again, I'm still not a web person. And when we get done with this, I probably still won't be a web person. I'm getting better, right? So I'm learning today. So this is great. So we're going to install the PHP package, which is, I guess, a preprocessor. Doesn't PHP like give you frameworks and stuff? Is that what am I thinking right there?
It's kind of like, it's server-side code like ASP. You know how you have C# in Microsoft and ASP?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the same thing, only it's an open source. It's not like, you don't have to be on a Microsoft platform. PHP works on both platforms.
On everywhere. Okay,
but it
good.
lets you write code on the server, and then that's processed on the server, and all it does is spit out HTML and style stuff in JavaScript.
Oh, cool. All right. Awesome. So we're going to install that, right? So that's this next line here, getting this piece installed. That's the P in the lamp. And then after that, we'll have to do the M in the lamp, which is the database. So install PHP -y. Awesome. Yeah, I wanted to do this one today because I want to see WordPress and kind of, you know, and I like to play with it. I have, you know, right now my web page is on Weebly, so it's a templated thing, but I have two other blogs that I'm trying to create, and everything I see as far as blogging is they all kind of talk about WordPress. It's kind of the default thing to use. So I just wanted to see it and get it up and running and try it out and test it. And I think students would get a kick out of building and, you know, putting together and having their own little web server that they can play with. Right, there's no cost. You know, you're not paying a subscription or you know, logging in online and things like that. It's just something they can do in-house and test some things out. I'm assuming that if I can get it to work on the Raspberry Pi and I like the pages I like, I could copy those pages up to you know, a live. And there's nothing that's keeping me from actually making this a live web server either, right? I could use dynamic DNS and have it parked as a web server on my, you know, in my house and not have to pay anybody a subscription or anything like that. And I control what's going on the machine. Again, as ideas, right? As ideas going through and what they could do with this. And cool. Theme for us, is that a WordPress theme?
Yeah, it is. And you get them, even like the big universities, it costs you $60 for professional.
Okay.
It's tested across mobile, it's tested, it's great. It's got your plugins put in there. There's about, you can always email me offline, but there's, the reason I'm telling you is nobody is creating these for an individual company. You purchase them, rebrand them, and all of that.
Nice. Cool.
And
We're gonna let.
I was gonna say, if you get a developer, I've had 2 sites that actually will let me use their full version for all my students.
Oh
So
wow, that's awesome.
developers will let you do that.
I love it. All right, excellent. Theme forest. I want to look at that while we're doing the install. So WordPress themes, marketing themes, blogging. That's cool.
Is anybody else having difficulty getting to Carrie's site, myitinstructor.com?
No, say it isn't so.
I think what my issue is that my institution is blocking all HTTP traffic. And I notice you're not using HTTPS, so.
What? It isn't. Look at that. Okay, I'll fix that. I know I have those things set up. I'll check and see why that is. I'm not going to check that right now. All right, looks like my install is done down here. Looks good. I'm going to go back to our instructions. So I've done this first step here, installing PHP. To test PHP, we want to create an index.php file. We will do that. I'm assuming I stay in this directory. It doesn't say to change this directory. I'm gonna just go from where I'm at, and hopefully that's okay. We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, because I am gonna remove index.html here in a minute and replace it with index.php. So I'm gonna do this in the same directory here. So we're gonna do that mouse pad again. Is anybody familiar with mousepad? Is it like is it just a text editor thing, or is it like geared towards web type of things? It looks like it's just a text editor as far as
I would never use it for web stuff. We'd either use Visual Code or Dreamweaver or Visual.
Okay.
I use Visual Studio Pro, but
sure.
Yeah, but for basic editing, yeah, it's okay. I mean,
we're not doing anything more than hello world, right?
Well, the only thing that I don't like about it, that I just noticed, if you'll notice, while the program is open, it's got your terminal window locked.
Yeah.
Over there. I don't like that.
It's running it. Yeah, it's running it. This is running on top of that. Like it's like this is not usable while that's going. So I'm curious now. I know that if we go to preferences, go ahead.
It is locked because it's running on the foreground. If you type Control D and then you type BG, it will put it on the back in the foreground, in the background.
This would put in the
so
background.
You can actually use the terminal.
Okay.
That's from Unix. It's like,
right. I would think that I could probably have sudo nanoed that too. I probably could have.
You can also do is when you start the command, at the end, just put the ampersand sign. It will put it right on the background, and it releases the terminal, so you can keep.
All right. So then the terminal becomes available.
Just put at the end of any command, you can just put the ampersand sign.
Yeah, the @ symbol,
and it will just do it.
Cool. All right, I can do that. All right. So then, yeah, I was just curious because mousepad this is a new thing. Like, I mean, when you do something new like this, you're like, well, I mean, we probably could have used Nano. We could, like you say, there's all kinds of other tools that we would use to modify web code. But in this case, since we are doing pretty simple things, right? So just an open question mark PHP space echo space hello world semicolon space question mark and close.
It will spell it wrong.
Nice.
If you spell it wrong.
Maybe that's the way I say it. No, I'm kidding. if it was my mother, it would be like that. The L's just don't happen. So, sorry. Southern drawl. I was a military brat, so I don't know that I have an accent for a particular part of the country. I grew up all around, but my mom is definitely Southern, right? So Southern Missouri, Northern Arkansas.
Oh, you familiar with Parkville?
Parkville, no. I'm from. I was born in Paragould.
Okay.
My dad was.
Park University's down in Parkville, and it's in Missouri.
Okay.
So big Air Force group.
Okay, yeah. So that's gonna be.
I teach their web classes.
Oh, okay. Is it kind of close? I mean, like Springfield way or middle of the state?
It's on the western side, but you know what? They've got places all over at all the bases, the Air Force.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, okay.
Because so yeah, we're from the Boot Hill, right? The Boot Hill area is where my mom and dad are from. I was born there, and my sisters were born. By then we were all over the place, but I started teaching at Jefferson College, which was 45 minutes south of St. Louis. So I'm familiar with that area as well. So, in fact, I have tickets for the July 2nd to go to Colorado to watch the Cardinals play. So I'm excited about that. Cool. All right. So we've got PHP here. We need to save this, right? So just save the file save.
So I also, the editor that I like on Linux is gedit from GNU.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the nice thing about that one is it has color coded, so it detects the language.
Oh,
and
nice.
It can show you it is very nice. Yes, better than mousepad or anything. It will.
Yeah, we're only
color code the command, the keywords on whatever language you're using.
Yeah, the only reason I'm using mousepad is because it says right there to use it. So what is the gedit you said?
Gedit, you have to install it. It doesn't come by default. Right. I always install it on Linux because I like it. It is very nice.
And it doesn't just color code HTML code. It color codes all kinds of code.
Every programming language. So it's very nice when you are typing. When you see everything black and white, you don't know if you're making a mistake.
Yeah, whenever I show my students, they're like, "Well, okay, so big deal." I was like, "Okay, wait until you start coding in things that get really complex."
Yeah, when you have thousands of lines of code. Yeah.
Right. No, I'll do that once I'm putting Visual Studio Code on it as well in the background here. So I did an ls on the file here because we need to get rid of the HTML index there. So it says to delete it, right? So we can just do an rm, right? For remove index.html.
You don't have permissions. You have to sudo it.
Okay, I'll do that. So I just hit enter. What is that all about? Sudo. All right, ls. All right, so then, so index HTML takes precedence over PHP. Now that PHP is not, or HTML is missing, then PHP should be the default, right? That's what I'm reading here, 1769, 133. And then hello world that's my only page now. I just destroyed my other page. All that work I did before to learn is now gone. What's up with that? All right, fair enough. Sudo remove it. Actually, that's and then you see the raw PHP above. Instead of hello world, you need to reload the service, which I got this, right? So I got what I needed to get. So we're okay there. Edit the PHP to include some dynamic content, for example. So this is going to do date and time, it looks like. So we could just, right, because I haven't done anything else, I'm just going to go back up to using that silly mousepad thing. And I'm assuming when they say add, I'm just going to go down below this and do another line. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I just put a line break, a break tag to make it look nicer. It's
And
like in between the brackets, do a greater than a lesson sign, and in between type in BR, and then the closing. Yep. And then you put the next line that they're going to have you type in.
Oh, got it. Thank you. So we're just putting in, looks like a date and time stamp that is probably going to pull from the current computer, is my assumption.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we'll do the little break thing again. Whoops. And the other one is just PHP info. We'll just do that one just for giggles.
Well, that's a good one because it'll give you all the settings. And so if you need to know what version you're running, and then
Okay.
also there's some other good stuff in there.
Nice. All right, so that's the PHP code. All right, so then they don't really like, this is one thing that they're not like go back and do that over again. Like you're going to assume, right? I think they assume at this point, like that you would save it, right? That I'm going to go ahead and close that. And that if I come back over here and I refresh, I should get the new item. Whoa. Did I do something wrong?
You install PHP, go back to your code. My work.
Yeah, I did it both ways. I put the line breaks in and then just, a character turned at the end of each line, and I got the same thing.
Still getting this error empty response.
PHP.
I got the local host is currently unable to handle this request.
Check and see if you're in the right directory. Are you sure you're in the right directory?
So
well,
if
you got the hello world, right? So you got the hello world. You didn't.
Yes. So that there, this is where I'm at. And then if I sudo mousepad that, that's what I've index PHP. That gives me this.
It's hard to see. It's small on my screen.
All right. There's no really way for me to make it bigger. Doesn't look like.
HIS. These are those sometimes. YMB.
PHP echo. I didn't do an echo on the PHP info. It didn't show that. I don't know if that.
Yeah, but I just deleted that line out and reran it, and it still says the same thing.
So copy out everything except for the hello world again, and let's just see if the hello world still works.
So hello world there.
Okay, then go back and do the edit again.
Yeah, I did all three codes without the line breaks, and it worked fine.
Yeah, the line breaks aren't an issue. That's just HTML.
I did the breaks. It worked fine.
All right, so take out the PHP info line. Let's see if it's the date line. And okay, so go back in. Now put in the PHP line and get rid of the date line. And get rid of the date line.
Why did it copy all of it? That was,
Yeah.
that was, cut
Wait.
that. Get rid of the, I need to go back here.
This is the
And I
hello
need to have a
world.
question mark there.
You lost your hello world.
Nice.
Well, if you close it and reopen it, don't save it. Okay, get rid of.
None of that is, yeah, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Get rid of this.
And then, yeah, get rid of the date and just try the PHP info.
That's what it's supposed to look like, I
Yeah.
believe.
That is so weird. All right.
What is going on? So some of you got it to work.
I got it to work. Go and do a copy paste and see if you can get it from copying it. Because sometimes there's like characters. I don't know this editor. But if there's like the wrong character, it's a
All right,
problem.
extra stuff. All right.
Character, or, a space versus a space.
So if we do like,
Yeah.
let's just look at what that does. Like nothing.
Well, you know what? Go back on your Pi and look in Chromium at localhost. Because make sure it's not an issue on your,
So I was missing a closed caret in mine, and now it's working. So
I don't think you're missing that.
Open question PHP space echo space dates. Close.
That's correct. And it's saved as index.php.
And then if I tried just to do this piece. Oh, come on, really?
I think this mousepad editor is mousy.
Yeah, it's driving me nuts.
Did you remove the index HTML file earlier?
Yes, I did. Yeah, so anything I'm doing in this is, other than that first hello world thing, is not kicking back. And right here, it's talking about if you, we're not seeing raw, so it's not the Apache. I mean, should I try restarting the Apache server? That seems weird. That would be.
Weird because the hello world worked.
Yeah. And it probably still works if I were to just do that one again, right? I'm just going to copy it from here. So that's the hello world. Save. Close the editor. Refresh and hello world. Hello. We're going to stop there. But that's not right. That's like we shouldn't.
That's really weird because like I went back and restarted the service and just copied it directly out of there, and mine works now.
So I have
the
hello
permission of the file, probably, with the ls minus la to see if something weird, the permission on the file.
Yeah, see if there's something hidden in there or something.
So my question then would be, if we do that, right? So this is the file here.
There's nothing in there.
That's right. That's mine. Same thing. Index that.
So but if it reads it and it produces hello world, then you would think it would read it and produce another valid piece of information. It's acting.
Try Nano, because I don't like this mouse pad. I'm wondering if there's something that you're not seeing, that it's, you know what I
And
mean?
how are you getting to the next line, Carrie? Were you arrowing down, or were you actually entering?
I thought I had an enter, right, to go to there. And so, yeah, I only have these two. So there's two blank lines at the end. I mean, I don't know if that's an issue. I would think it wouldn't be, but. So if I go here and if I literally, so.
Copy and paste.
Okay, copy and paste. Copy and pasting.
Well, you want to make sure it works.
Copy.
I mean, go back and type it later. But.
Paste. Right?
Okay.
And you see, I mean, it looks like it's giving you the right information, right? Yeah. Control X, Y, enter. Let's pay empty error response, or error empty response. So what did you do today? We troubleshot.
And on the local host on your left side in Chromium. Okay, didn't send any data. Okay, so take off that.
I wonder
if it's on with your PHP that you installed, because there's all kinds of packages that go in it besides just spinning back hello world. Like you're using, you know, what if something didn't get installed?
Did you restart you restarted the Apache server, right?
I haven't, no. I didn't restart Apache.
No, you're supposed to restart it. Good point, yeah, you have to restart it.
So I read this as if you see the raw stuff instead of hello world, you should restart it.
I restarted it anyway.
All right, yeah, I'm going to restart it but I mean, the way I read that, it was I didn't.
Something's
wrong. And then I'm getting a weird, like if you get the error empty resource message can occur when Chrome browser and you're trying to access a website. It means that data is not being sent or transmitted. Many websites that suggest the same steps to fix the issue. Check your connection. I'm on the same network. That's not a problem. Clear your browsers, cache, cookies, temporary files. Reset the network settings. Try using another browser. Are you guys using Chrome or Chromium for your connection to this and it's working?
I'm using Chromium.
Okay.
Yes.
So So yeah.
It's the
Awesome.
same like when I use code.org, I can do the same thing in a different piece of code and it won't work.
Right. I'm like that. So, I mean, I don't want to, yeah, I hate spending time for a problem that I'm the only one. Am I the only one that still has this issue, or is everybody able to? So I'm still getting the response even with a different browser, right? So just using Edge, which is based on Chromium, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
Can you delete the, I mean, it's gonna sound silly, but can you delete the index.php
Yeah.
and then go back, see if you get a list or see which error message you get, and then create a new one and just do it nano. Yeah, perfect. So you know you're there, you know you're in the right directory. So see if you can create a new one in nano. And if that does it, get a hammer.
Right. I'm getting ready for lunch. Set this aside. So I can't down arrow. Oh, I down arrowed instead of hitting enter this time. I'm pasting that and I'm going to down arrow. And I'm going to paste this. Control X, Y, enter. Awesome.
You do sudo nano?
I must not have.
CD, you gotta go back to the directory.
Oh, I just got moved, didn't I?
Up arrow.
Way up.
Yeah.
Way up. There we are. So nothing's in the directory. Now we do sudo nano html.php.
Index.php.
Oh, thanks.
Backseat driving, it's easy.
That's okay. I'm a little on the frustrated side because it should have worked. Paste. Control X. Please save. It's saved. LS. I don't know.
I'll go look it up.
Something's going on here. Like, so if I get rid of all of this, not that. If I leave that.
There's nothing special or fancy about that code at all.
No.
I would say there's something wrong with maybe
Network
the
settings.
server installation.
Just by any chance, why don't you put the permission 777 on chmod and on the file, the PHP file, just to see if there's something with the permission?
Okay.
Who knows?
So, I mean, if I get it just down to hello world, this function. So I don't think it's a permission file. I mean, we can do that, but I don't think it's a permission on the file, right? So chmod, it's like it's 777. Oh, not there, over here. Chmod, and do we 777 beforehand, right? I don't remember how to do this one. Index.php.
Yeah, that's it. And the file name, that's it.
Oh, sudo.
Sudo, yeah.
Okay. ls dash yeah. So you see, I got everything now.
Yeah.
And I only have hello world set up right now. So then sudo nano and We're just trying to get it to return.
You know, your code's right. Everything I'm seeing on Googling is just like it's network or Chrome settings. It's not your code.
Right.
So
I go over here, I go to history.
clear out cache, whatever.
And then I drop our Zoom call. All I did was clear the cache.
You're joking about that, but only half joking.
Right.
When Carrie clears the cache, he clears the cache.
I clear everything.
Can you just delete the hello world? Just leave the single line because you have both of them.
I can.
Go incognito. Try that in your Chromium. Chrome, not Chromium. Chrome. Look at Chrome incognito and see if that's enough to get it. Nope.
Localhost is broken. Let's pick some more stuff. I'm gonna go back over here and do Tony's suggestion of if we don't have this line, if all I want to do is just return the time, Control X, Y, enter, over to Cognito, refresh, broken, localhost, broken. So there's something else going on. I don't know what's going on.
Let me see your code one more time. Do you have a question mark at the beginning of that line?
Yeah, open caret question mark PHP.
Okay, I can't see it that well, so.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, even if I make it bigger, like that's.
Yeah, okay, I see now. Gotcha. So Kathleen, what about the PHP instance? Could that be the issue?
I don't think that's it at all because he's got it running, so we know that PHP is working. And I thought maybe it was a package issue.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm looking at, I just did a quick search, and everything's coming back network, like a network issue. You know, releasing your IP settings. You know, DNS. I mean, you know, it could be.
Well, you do have that weird thing where you've got two IP addresses coming back whenever you do a host-i. What's that all about?
I've got wireless and wired, so I can just undo wired.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Did you reboot your Pi?
I have not. No.
I will reboot.
We're gonna. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that.
IT crowd.
IT crowd, right? Yeah. Have you tried turning it off and on again? You owe me 50 quid. No, because I just shut it down. I should have rebooted.
That's what happened every time I have a problem with my Windows machine. I just reboot because that's the only thing to fix.
Just restart. It's weird because it continues to work if I only have that one line in. And it's only that one line, like just just echoing a quote, right? And echoing just words. If I try to do anything else, it acts like it's not, like it doesn't work. And I've restarted the server, the Apache server. Now we're just going to restart the whole machine. So I apologize for the delay. This is weird that it, So is there anybody else have this same issue? Am I the only one fighting this issue, or did everybody else finally get success? I know a couple were still working, but they were having issues. Because if it's just me with this issue, I'm going to keep on trucking, which we'll do right after lunch, right? Because lunch is like 9 minutes away from now. I don't have my chat. Where's my chat?
You know what? You're going to remove that anyway. that file. After you install.
The PHP thing anyway.
Yeah.
We're just testing to see if it works, right? And you would think it would, like PHP echo date. That's a normal thing, right? Is that not a normal thing that you would do?
It's day one testing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of concerned that maybe there was, some issue with the install is not why it's not working. It's going to affect something later on.
And Avi brought up, could it be the Pi hole, which I was thinking that too, but it doesn't work on localhost either, which doesn't have the Pi hole involved, right? There's no Pi hole's not there at all. Yeah, I don't know if Richard is still in here. Richard kind of posted in the rule for live demos. Like I only do live demos, so very rarely am I the one with the problem. Today I'm the one with the problem. So, and it's, again, we have, there's smarter people here when it comes to this that we're still trying to troubleshoot here. So,
yeah, I'm here, Kerry. I was just popped in. I just wanted to, the rule is to never do them, right? So
yeah, and that, unfortunately, I have 27 hours of live demo. That's all I do.
It's great. I know. And that's wonderful. Anyway, I just wanted to pop in, say hi, and don't want to interrupt you in the last few minutes before lunch, but there are a couple raffles. I think you still have a chance this afternoon, especially one from WASTC. We're raffling off a nice prize. So get those done. And there's some hidden things along the rooms. I don't know if anybody stumbled across those hidden little things, but there's prizes associated with those little hidden activities too. You got to have to do some looking around. So anyway, I hope everybody's having a good time. We're right in the middle, halfway through the week, and it's going pretty well. And just happy to be able to, support workshops like these from Kerry. And I think he's going to do some more for us during the school year too. So you can pop into those as well.
We are.
Anyway, have a great time. I don't want to interrupt.
All right. No worries. Enjoy. All right. I believe I need to start the server, right? I don't need to restart. I just need to, so I'm just going to run that command. Awesome.
Well, failing to start the HTTP server is bad.
Yes. All right. All right. I'm glad it's lunchtime. I'm going to go back here and run that.
But I think you deleted the HTML file, right? Last time?
Yeah. But there should have been a PHP file there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Following package was automatically installed and no longer required. Oh, okay. Don't need to worry about that. Why?
So my next question is, have you installed something else on this Pi, or is this like the fresh Pi?
This is a fresh Pi. This is fresh.
Is your Pi fresh or is your Pi stale?
Yeah, it's without a doubt, it's fresh. It's brand new, just out of the oven. In fact, I'll probably just make another one over the break because it's, okay. I think I'm just gonna restart this one. I think I'll just re-image it real fast and I'll do this install over so that it does a brand new fresh install. And we get back to square one and we'll be able to do, I don't know why it's not, again, I'm not sure why it's not functioning the way it should be. I will actually then on this one, I will take off, I won't do Wi-Fi on this one. I'll just do across the, just Ethernet. So I don't have two IP addresses. Maybe that's causing the issue. I don't know. But it is, yeah, it's lunchtime at this point. We're going to pause here so I can step away from this, and I will I'll rebuild this machine real fast over break, and then we'll come back. Hopefully by then we'll be at the point where I'm hoping we're not troubleshooting this at that point. We can get onto the MySQL at that point. All right. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to step away. so let's have a break, and I'll see you in an hour and 5 minutes. Works perfectly fine when you don't have two IP addresses.
Yeah.
Put it on a different machine, this one right here, and ran the whole thing and got exactly what we expected to get.
Wow.
And was able to get to it from the other machine. I have rebuilt the machine that I started with. I tried to go through and uninstall everything. Along the way, there was an Apache utilities tool that got screwed up, and I ended up breaking it, so I just restarted that one. I was going to try to, recover it.
So it was two IP addresses, huh?
Well, that's the one thing that's changed. I mean, it went to a brand new machine, did exactly the same thing, but it only had one IP address. And I think, so yeah, so somebody else had mentioned up above, and I think Tony had mentioned earlier, and then somebody else had mentioned that they thought it was the IP address, the two IP addresses. By then I had already restarted that original machine, so I really couldn't finish. I couldn't get it back because there was something wrong. Something broke. I broke something. I'm not sure how that happened, and I'm trying to get this other machine up and running real quick.
We IT people are good at that.
Breaking stuff, yeah. And I'm okay with it. Like in this environment, like I'd rather break it now than and figure out where the boundaries are, so that when I get out in front of a customer, I have those boundaries understood, right?
I never will forget. I took a server class many moons ago, and the classroom configuration was all screwed up.
Nice.
And we went through the whole semester that way, but we learned way more from it being screwed up than we did if everything had worked just exactly like it was in the book. So
sure. I mean, yeah, you do, because then you have to work around it and figure out what's going on and troubleshoot it, and so I love it. Breaking, yeah. So James, breaking stuff is your specialty. That's good. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I try to have that conversation with my students. Like, you know what, if it breaks, that's not the end of the world. I think a lot of the students have this mentality that if you don't get it right the first time, then then you're stuck. Like, that's it. And and I've taken classes where if you do bad on a quiz or a test, like the rest of the class is completely, you can't ever recover. And I'm like, I don't know, IT doesn't work that way to me. I mean, if you break it, then fix it, right? In the end, I want you to get it fixed. I want it to be right. So you have this time to get it right. Like, get it right. Like, so in my classes, I have my students, I let them, if they turn in something that's not correct, I'll tell them, here's what's wrong. I don't tell them how to fix it. I just tell them, here's the things that are wrong. And then they have the opportunity, right? And some take the opportunity to fix it and some don't. But the ones that have the attitude that they're going to get it fixed and get it right, those are the ones that, that I would hire. That's what, I always look at it from the standpoint of, which one of these students would I hire? I mean, I've run a business like this before. I've run several crews of people before. I've hired and fired people for 20 plus years. I mean, there's a certain, an attitude that you look for, right? I think a lot of employers are looking for that, like not the attitude that I followed the instructions and it didn't work, right? It's that I followed the instructions. They sucked. Here's what I did to fix it. You know, that's kind of that's kind of the where you want to be with it.
Life rarely comes with a clearly defined instruction set.
Yes. Yes, that is true. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right. It is 2:01. We are back. So over the break, you can see here, I actually have it like functioning the way it's supposed to function. I have a Pi top, a laptop that I had put a new OS in earlier this week. So it was a free, a clean OS. And I simply did exactly the steps, right, as we were asked. I used Nano instead of the whatever the other editor. I have already lost what the other editor is at this point. Man, this has been a mouse pad.
Yeah.
I use Nano instead of mouse pad. I think it probably would work fine with mouse pad, but I followed the instructions exactly the way they were supposed to be, and I got to this point. So the only difference between this and the computer I was using, where we had the problems, was the fact that the computer I was using had 2 IP addresses, right? It had an Ethernet address and it had a wireless address. So perhaps something within Apache, right, was having issues with the responses for that, especially when we're calling out other information, like going to grab information, like the time and date, and then the PHP information. That's the only thing I can think, because it literally worked. It worked exactly the way it was supposed to work. So I've got that one up and running. I did re-image the other box, so I have a brand new clean box over on the right here if I do have an issue. So, but I think we're okay to kind of move on forward through the rest of this tutorial to get the web server finished, the LAMP server finished, right? So we have the M part, the database, the MySQL database, or MySQL, however you want to say it. And then putting on WordPress at that point. Okay. So let's keep on going. I think at that point I didn't see anybody like still having issues, right? I think most everybody had said that they had gotten it working, or if you're comfortable kind of wherever you're at this point. If like I said, I started with a fresh machine. If you're having issues, it may be a fresh machine will do the trick. So this will point out to you as an instructor, it's nice to have a whole bunch of extra SD cards with operating systems available to kind of keep things moving smoothly. All right, so we're going to move on to install SQL. So it looks like we're going to do the MariaDB here. So I'm going to minimize. I'm not going to close this. I'm just going to minimize that. So I'm still back at the, and it doesn't say at any point to get out of this directory. And I don't think the installations don't matter as far as this directory is concerned. So we've got MariaDB server and then the PHP and MySQL, these 2 pieces that we're installing here. I did an update on this machine so that I have the latest packages listed, so we should be in good shape that way as well. Go ahead and enter on this one. So we are on the instructions. You can see we're on the install MySQL page. And we're just going through the installation of this. It looks like we have to restart the Apache server after we have this installed. Cool. I do like having experts around when we get into stuff that I'm not familiar with. That's that's super nice, right? So, all right. Sit around. Okay, so that one's back, right? So the installation should be good there. We're going to go ahead and restart Apache, right, with the sudo service Apache 2 restart command. Right. Copying and pasting currently in order to speed things up and reduce errors. So it looks like I've got it restarted. So I would be curious, like, so if I refresh this, I should get the same page back, right? So the same page, it came back with, it looks like a little bit of stuff shifted here. So we've done some changes, but it did refresh, so that's nice. And I'm over on this other page. I'm going to hit refresh here as well, and you saw that there's some new things got added up here. Again, that's just me. All right, so this is kind of a habit of mine. I really like. Okay, we restarted it. Let's verify that I restarted it. So I kind of talk that through in the class when I'm doing labs and demos, because I really, I don't know. It's one of those things that I do because I've been working in this field so long that I'm like, I just want to double check before I move on. Right? And that's kind of that whole idea that we ran into the problem where things weren't working. If I had just stopped and done the first thing, I wouldn't have realized that we had other issues, right? So that's, so I apologize for us taking that little bit of extra time there because of an error or because of issues, but I really think it's important that we see those and the students kind of work through those with us. I don't know, just, I think it's a good way to go. So this is interesting too, right? So this is talking about, there's this little section here, I don't know if you guys see this, but it's talking about what a tar GZ file is because we're about to get one, we're about to download one. So there's an explanation. So that's one of the nice things about this. And then they kind of explain, like here's the WordPress web page, and then the actual file itself. I do want to, right? Because again, like tars, I'm not like, I've always been a little uneasy around tars, right? And that seems silly, right? You know, if you get a zip file, I'm good. Like, and they're the same thing, just right? They're just or essentially the same thing. But I thought it was funny over the lunch break. I was I have a RSS feed reader that I look at when I'm, you know, needing to. I don't play video games anymore, so I read a lot. And over the, I'm logging into Pocket. I use Pocket to store articles. So there was an article literally that I went over lunchtime, right? How to zip and unzip or extract tar and tar GZ files. So like this is the kind of stuff that I would want to save for my students so that they can, you know, and I can share this with them. Like, you know, I'll be like, okay, I'm going to drop this in the chat so that you have access to that. The other thing, and I don't know if you guys have, there's another tool out there that I like to use. I haven't used it lately. I need to get back to it, the tool itself. But this article, I saved that article over there, and I think it's really good, again, to kind of jump out to these articles. Like my students know that I read these things all the time because I share them all the time. One of the ways that you can share them, I'm going to close that at this point. And I'm going to share a little bit of what I do in the background here. So I have, so Pocket, and I share all kinds of stuff. I save all kinds of things, right? So they're going to see some comic book related stuff, Raspberry Pi related stuff. There's like Windows 10, the tar GZ. I just saw, and I didn't have a chance to read it, so I saved it, but Picard has a new series, a new season coming. There's a Comic-Con in El Paso coming. You know, I like to travel, so I got train rides. So I kind of save all kinds of things, but there's a lot of this. There's Windows things here, how to delete personal information from public websites, like, and then I save these articles here personally. And then what I do is I share them with my students, either like in the chats or in Microsoft Teams, or I'm drawing a blank. There's another tool. Oh, and now that I'm talking about it, I can't remember the name of the tool. There's another tool where you can curate a list of articles, right? Curate a list of web articles. You can put PDFs and things into this list. And then it's a great thing to have, like if you have like a class, like say a PC hardware class, or in this case, like a web development class, like so the theme, you know, the things that Kathleen shared with us, like she could save those web pages and articles related to those things in a curated list of articles, and then just give the students a link to that list of articles, right? And have them go out and find an article that's interesting and you know, and share, you know, read it and share with the class and things like that to make interactive, trying to move my videos around here. Sorry. They keep going in the wrong direction. To have an interactive activity with the students. So I'll use the RSS feed reader, and if I can't read an article right away, I'll save it, and then when it's appropriate, I'll go and I'll share that article, or when I have time to sit down and kind of redo my curated list of articles, I'll share that way. I'll find the app and I'll show that to you probably in the morning. But I think it's a really neat way to engage the students again and have them go beyond like the book, right? You know, we have a book as a baseline, and I really want them to kind of think outside of that. They need to know what's in the book. That's why we chose whatever book we're using. For my IoT class, I don't use a book. I use these articles and the tutorials. And we do use a little bit of the Cisco stuff, but the idea of that is that you can you know, take what you're reading about the industry and share that with them so that they try to build a habit into, and you could, like, I don't do this yet, but I mean, I've always thought about, you know, I could, you know, require them to read articles, you know, read an article a week kind of a thing. I haven't got that far, right? Because I think a lot of my classes, the volume of material that they have to cover is so vast and so deep that it's hard to kind of say, okay, on top of all of this, like, go read an article, kind of a deal. So anyways, sorry to get sidetracked, but I did like talking about tar and the idea that, you know, they're explaining what tar is here. And then I shared an article in the chat for you to, you know, understand kind of what's going on with those and how to extract those and how to use those before we get started actually doing something with them. Okay. So we're going to make sure we're in the HTML. I'm in there already, right? So I'm just going to paste that. It should be, we're in the same spot. And now they're going to have us remove everything that's here. It looks like sudo rm asterisk. So we just deleted off all that work that we just did to get those web pages working. Yay. Because we're going to replace it with WordPress, right? So the next piece of that now in our tutorial here is to go out and get the latest WordPress zip file, basically. Okay. And then we're going to extract that zip file. So the command tar xzf will extract it for us. So we've downloaded the WordPress zipped file. Now we're extracting that file into this directory, the var www html directory. Then we are, so sudo move WordPress, everything in the WordPress directory. Is that up one directory? Who's the Linux guru here?
That's moving it to the parent directory.
So just moving it up one, right? From inside of WordPress to HTML.
And how you can check that is do an ls now and see what's in there, and then run that command, and then do an ls later and check it.
Right, so ls, so we should have, yeah, so WordPress, it put a WordPress, when we extracted that, it put a WordPress directory, right? And then, oh, I don't want to run that. I want to paste the file that I had, right? So we'll take everything that's inside the WordPress directory and then move it up to the directory that we're currently in, is what we believe is happening. And now that's exactly what happened. Sweet. Excellent. And then we're going to get rid of the WordPress directory and the zip file. That's how I read this command, right? Sudo remove WordPress and I don't know the switches R and F. I think that, but that's what it's going to do, right? So then we have ls, and we shouldn't have the WordPress directory any longer, right? So WordPress was here, it's no longer there, and then the tar latest.tar.gz is gone. Okay, so that's what we did there.
The R is for recursive, so it will delete everything down.
So everything that's inside of it.
Inside,
okay.
Yeah, all subdirectories, files, and everything.
Awesome. So that is another, again, like, I can look at that and go, I think I know what it does, and I don't know exactly as a just as a technician, I'm not sure exactly, but I could look up what this does, right? Or, right, in this case, Tony can tell us what it does, which is great. So every single one of these things, like, if they don't already know these things, we can talk about them. We can actually then go out and look them up, so that everybody understands, or we can look up the man file, right? That should have a man file, right? Right, to tell me what's going on. Okay, so it's a force and a recursive, I believe, right? Removes directories and their contents recursively, right? So that just means it's going to remove everything. Like, it's going to continually go over everything. Okay, so pretty cool. And then that's, again, we can show them how that works as well, right? You never know kind of where you're at as far as when you're dealing with the students. Like, is this a Linux class, or is this like, if this is a web development class, maybe we don't know all the Linux stuff. So let's at least learn some of these basic Linux commands. If this is a Linux class, then we're learning, the web side of this. If this is a IoT course, then we would be learning all of the pieces together, right? All of the things would probably be pretty new to the students. Okay. So that's going to just show you, those are the, and I think this is kind of what you were talking about. We can run ls or the tree to see what's in there. And then the last piece here, change the ownership of these files. So we're going to change the ownership of these files. Sudo change ownership. And did I skip a step? No, I didn't. Remove those. Here's what's underneath. And then we just changed ownership of those. So that was the downloading, right? We just downloaded WordPress, and now it is, right? So ls, so we can do ls-al, right? To get the full details of all those, right? So then we changed ownership to www-data instead of root, right? So all of these files are now owned by the group and user www-data, which we'll need for the website to actually use, or to use these files. Because let's set up the database, right? So we've set up, earlier we installed the MariaDB MySQL, and then we installed WordPress. And now we want to go back in and set up our database. So to get the WordPress site set up, you need a database. This is where these things come into place. So sudo mysql _secure installation. So it looks like there's lots of things that we need to do along the way here. So we're going to paste this in and then kind of follow along. So enter the current password for root. Change the root password. You already have a root password set. You can safely answer no. We already have that set. I think we're good. Do we need to change anything? So it says type in the password at the new password. Change the root. Oh, it wants us to set a new one. All right, so we're going to follow. Yeah, let's follow the instructions. I'm like, we don't need to. Type Y. So it wants us to do yes. We want to change the password. And then at new password, type in a password at the new password prompt. And remember, this is root password. We didn't really need to change this, did we? I'm looking at this. I don't think we didn't need to change this. I'm just going to call it password.
I'm changing it to what it was.
Right. Yeah. Change it back to what you had before. Okay. Remove anonymous users. Yep. Let's do that. And disallow root login remotely. Sure. I think that's going to, I wonder if that's going to cause problems. Because we're running headless. Most of you are running headless. I don't know if that, I think if we log in with, so SSH.
Remember, that's the login to the database, not necessarily the machine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. That makes sense. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't, hit a letter and we're not able to finish, right? Because we're not sitting on a machine actually typing in stuff. Remove test database. So they want yes for that one to remove the test database, and then reload privileges table now. Yes, let's do that. All right. So then the root here, did we just change the root for the database only, or did we change the root on the entire computer?
Database.
Okay. Thanks. So it wants us to run MySQL, and oh, we need to do this. So sudo MySQL uroot-p. And then the password we just set. And we're into the MariaDB prompt. Fair enough. Create a database for your WordPress installation. So create database WordPress with a semicolon at this prompt that will create the database. Query OK, one row affected. So that's what we should see. It's not something we should type in. And it's showing you what it looks like. So that's a good match. So then we're going to grant all privileges on WordPress. So you need to enter your own password after identified by. So then on this command, we're going to type this command, and we're going to copy this command, and then right here, you put the actual user root password for the system. Is that? Or do we do this password that we just set? Probably the one we just set. Grant all. I think it's the one we just set.
Yeah,
I'm not a database expert, but grant all privileges on the database to the root of the local host. So I'm thinking this is the machine password.
No, when it says your password, that's like your Maria password. So
is it? Okay.
Left it there. So my password is your password.
So, but this should be the one that we just.
Each database can have its own password to it. So the WordPress database inside of MariaDB is going to have a password associated and a user. There's a root user for each database.
Okay, so that's what. So then this is. I actually set mine to password. So I think that's.
Yeah. So that's the SQL
Cool.
password.
All right, so this is the so it has nothing to do with the root user on the machine at all. This is specifically database stuff because we are in the database prompt at this point. So cool.
I just didn't know if it was calling outside to, because it says to the root. Yeah.
Right, but I think because we set up a root user and it wanted us to we typed in apparently. I mean, I typed in the password for the root, like the root user. But then it wanted us to set a root password for, I guess we could have kept that same password, but it would have created a root user. It could have created a root user. Yeah. So you have a root user for the system, right?
Right. You have a root user for the system and then a root user for the database as well.
And then, right, when it asked you, do you want to change it? We could have left it as that same, and it would have actually created a root user for the database using your root password from the system because you gave him that. We gave that to the system. So I'm trying to, okay, there it goes. All right, so we should have got, so that's good. Query okay, 0 rows affected. For the changes to take effect, we need to flush the database privileges. So flush the privileges. This is kind of where I feel like we want to have right. So I'll drop this into the chat as well, just like the documentation from MariaDB. And then sudo reboot. Oh, I do not like rebooting. Exit Maria. So Control D from here. So Control D, and then restart your Raspberry. Down it goes. Cool. So hopefully when it comes back, we should be able to go to localhost and actually see the WordPress interface. It's almost there. Is it? All right, there it goes. So open the web browser in your Pi and go to localhost. You should see the WordPress pages. So I went there from my other machine and we can see the WordPress pages there. If I'm on my Raspberry, whoops, I don't want to, English US is good. local host. Awesome. Close that one. Select your language and continue. Welcome screen. Let's go. So database, root.
Yeah, you can make it whatever you call it because this is not the same root.
This is different. This is a different root.
It is. This is different. You can call whatever you want, but I usually call it something about. I did it for root for today, but usually I do it something like WP root, something to tell. It's a WordPress
Okay.
specific instance, that database. Whatever the database was that you created in the last one was the point. So if you call it root here. But in the future, you want to
change the other thing to something else.
Yeah.
Localhost, we just leave everything else the same, right? Just because and my password is actually password, so I'm okay with that. super secure.
What this does is that prefix, you can have multiple databases and multiple tables in a single database. So that prefix is the tables.
Okay. This one here.
Yep.
I love that. It says, all right, Sparky.
All right, Sparky, let's do this. Okay, so fill out the information. Give your site a title, create a user and password, enter your email, hit install WordPress. Site, WASD. Work hop. Yes, I know, very weak. Confirm my weak password. We're not producing this on the web. I'm going to shut this down when we're done. All right, password, username, email. Sweet. All right, so we're logging. This is locally logging in, and there is instructions here on logging in from another computer. Right, so I could do 172.17.69.12/WP_admin. Is it underscore or dash?
It's
dash. It's a dash.
But that just takes you back to the same site.
Yeah. It does, and I just want to see it work from a different computer. That's all. Whoa. Why is it want localhost there? I didn't ask a localhost. 172.17.12/WP-admin. All right. That's interesting. So yeah, this is just, again, I was just trying to, I'm connected here, so I'm comfortable that it's functioning. Log in from another computer, open your browser and go to, Or is it because I'm not putting HTTP in? But it should automatically do that, right? I would think.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the problem.
No. I'm going to put it in anyway.
But is it the IP address of that Pi?
Yes, I'll double check it. It is. And we can look.
Okay.
I'm wondering if, is it an issue because I'm I shouldn't be, but I'm VNC into this. Is that, I don't know.
No.
So this is me trying, again, I don't want to go down these rabbit holes, but
But stay local, because I mean, basically, once you get it, it's just you have to figure out your firewalls and all that other fun stuff.
Right.
And open up,
So, yeah, but I would want, at some point, I would want to troubleshoot that, like to try to figure out why, like it should work. There shouldn't be any reason why it wouldn't work. Well, obviously there is a reason because it's not working, but I'm trying to figure out why there is a reason.
Is it other people's computer? Did other people get it to work?
Has everybody got this? I mean, on their local machine, but can you connect to it from your PC using the IP address?
I can't, but again, I think it's because my institution is blocking HTTP because it's unsecured.
Right.
It doesn't like my new password.
Password issues. Anybody else having issues? Like, I got it working on the local host.
My style sheet's not connected.
It didn't work on for me, not even on the local host. I get an error.
Really?
Yeah, mine couldn't recognize my password, and I just put it in.
And you're talking the password that you put kind of on when you set up the database, right?
For WordPress.
The password that you put over here, right here?
No, when I was setting up the WordPress after I installed it.
Oh, can I? So when I looked at it on my website, like on my PC, if you look at the source code of the page that did show up for me, it has the links to the style sheets as local host. It never replaced it with the correct IP address.
Oh, right here.
So there's something.
So it's not like, that's why it came back as localhost over there.
Correct. So it's looking for localhost on that local computer. It must be because all of my style sheets are looking for localhost.
Okay.
But so in the installation, you have a choice. You can put the IP address in instead of localhost, or put it in a config file.
Yeah, because right here, well, that's databases. Should we have put an IP address there, or is?
You can. I mean, but I wouldn't have done that. There's a config file that you could configure. So some of this stuff we put it in a single config file. So I would leave it like this for today, just so that you know how to get it configured. But if you're going to do this for a real site,
is that this permalinks thing that haven't got to yet?
Yeah, that's just so that like when WordPress was initially for blogging, and so what happened was everybody blogged and you had it based upon the date that the blog was posted, and a lot of people are using it more for websites, so actual content, and so that's why they switched it to have whatever you name the page or whatever you put up there. It's given a descriptive name.
Okay.
That's all it is. Not a big deal.
All right. So then in WordPress, then we would have to figure out how to change that, probably in a config file somewhere.
Correct.
A
And there is
local.
some stuff down in the bottom. There's some settings and things, and there's ways to do it in the GUI. But it's not worth it. We do a whole
we could spend, yeah, again, I think with each of these projects, like we could spend the whole time, like the whole workshop can be spent like digging into that one piece. I don't know. I think to the point that we got, right, we built a web server with a database and have WordPress available. So if you were teaching WordPress, right, now you could start teaching customization, and you could start configuring it and adding pages and all of the kind of fun stuff that you would do with a WordPress website. Along the way, though, we could have gotten into, all the Linux commands that we did. We could have gotten into, MariaDB and how it sets up. We could have got into Apache more. We could have got into PHP more. Like, you could have done, modules on each of those to the point where now they have a full understanding of all the pieces underneath what's sitting on, the WordPress that's sitting on top of all that. And then you could continue on with WordPress. Just to the point of, right, we're all doing this, again, reminding everybody we're still doing this on, a Raspberry Pi. You could do this on all kinds of devices, but the fact that we can use this one little device and move it around from room to room to class, and do all of these things, and then they can put it in their backpack and take it home, right, and do stuff, and then bring it back and do stuff, and take it home and do stuff, and bring it back and do stuff. A lot less expensive than, say, having a laptop or a PC or things like that. So cool. Is there any other questions, any other comments, any other? So it's under. I haven't even played with this before. So post, media, pages, appearance, plugins. There's like a ton of plugins for this thing, right? There's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. Settings. Is that where we would change it?
Yeah, I would try that.
Enter the site if you want your site page to be different from your WordPress installation directory.
Your WordPress address.
This one here.
Yeah.
Just another WordPress site. All right, let's break it. 172.70.
The site address should probably be the same.
Same as this?
Yeah. You only have one instance of WordPress, one
right.
Site. You can have multiple.
Worst case, it breaks and we just move on.
There you go. 172.
Nice.
Yeah. All
right, so now I can administrate from a different screen. Okay, so that did it. So over in settings, we went to general and changed the URL here. Love it. All right. So on the instructions, right? So this is, again, we've been using a Raspberry Pi instruction set here. And once we've gotten done, like, okay, we've got logged in, right? There's this thing where we set up the permalinks, which we haven't done. So we're going to change the permalink settings to make your URLs more friendly. I'm okay with where we're at right now, but what is this? So what is this going to do to this? We will just,
You'll see it. Go into the settings. You'll see it. It's worth
Okay.
just going and looking. It's in the same place where those settings were, the general settings. Go to that settings on the left. Yeah, there you go. And you see the.
Oh, okay. So we're this way, and we could customize how this looks, and that's going to be. Oh, I'm on the page, so it's not going to show this, but like index, year, month. Right? You can do the post name, so it's just whatever the post is. You can do a numeric. That's okay. So that's just kind of saving. All right, I see how that's doing.
So post name is what they want you to save. Yeah. There you go.
Cool. So that won't have all the extra times and timestamp and everything that was on there before. Awesome. All right. That was all it was. Save that. We're done.
The other stuff has to do with, again, it's some settings. I mean,
Right. Edit the Apache config for your virtual host. So sudo, we're going to change that file and then add the following line, allow override all for that in the inside of that directory. Or we're adding this line. Oh, no, we're adding this, but it needs to be within this.
the whole directory, the entire directory begin. Yep, that's it.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay. And then they do have Raspberry's pretty good at this. At the very end of your tutorials, right? They have a bunch of things you can try, right? But they don't give you any instructions on any of it, right? So here's like, try this or try that. Like this, always that stretch thing. Like try adding pages and posts, try installing different themes, right? Try customizing your website theme. So the idea of this, from in my mind, right? We've done this. We go through this setup. As we go through, we talk about Linux, we talk about PHP, we talk about Apache, we talk about SQL, we talk about WordPress. Right, we're teaching them WordPress at this point in time because that's what we've built and got this. And now, like these 4 things could easily be like the follow-on projects. Like you're going to make pages, you're going to install different themes, we're going to customize this, right? You're going to show off what it is you've built for us as part of this whole project, right? So again, another, depending on what kind of class you're teaching, this is a way to integrate a Raspberry Pi into the web, especially into the website of this. I could easily see this being, where in the IoT class where somebody may need a website for one of their projects, and this tutorial will walk them through setting that up, and then we can start collecting data and dumping data into here. I'd almost actually go to the Influx side and the Grafana side for an IoT project, specifically because I can pull data, sensor data, and then graph that data pretty easily. But from a blog post standpoint, wiki standpoint, like this would be something that would be fun to try or put together. Cool. Anybody, any other questions, any other issues, any other comments? Did we get it working? Are we still having password issues?
Yeah, still having password issues, but it's okay.
Okay. All right. Cool. And then I shared the link. So we've got the DB, we've got the tar, Joe. All right. So then Joe has shared a command, a link for the Linux commands, right? So the kind of another utility for us to use to learn Linux commands, right? And to share that with our students. And then I believe, right, we've got the theme forest up above, the Git Bootstrap document up above, Apache server up above, and then the actual project itself. Those are all in the chat. I like to put those in the chat because then I can go back through the chat and I can formalize the web link page that we have. So once we're done, I think I'll mention, give me a little bit of time and I'll get all the links structured and put into that document so that you have access to kind of what we did and the links to the documentation that we talked about as we went through the course, okay, or through the workshop this week. Sweet. Okay, I think it's a good place for a break, right? We're about about 50 minutes in the afternoon session. We have just finished, right? We set up a web server, and got it functioning. We had to set it up twice. some of us had to set it up twice, so to get it up and running. So we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll regroup and we will move on to a new project. And see what we can get done this afternoon. All right. So let's do, by about 10 minutes, so a couple minutes after the hour, we'll come back and we will get rolling. If you have questions, you're welcome to put them in the chat and we'll address them as soon as we get back. And then we'll go from there.
So Kerry.
Mm-hmm.
So we teach a class that is like a combination of like robotics and programming and networking and a lot of stuff.
Oh, cool.
So at the end, the students, they build like a full telepresence using Arduino and Raspberry Pi.
Oh, wow. All right.
It's actually pretty cool. And,
that is awesome.
Yeah. And one of the things that we do, because it's actually 2 courses. The first one is they're only using Arduino. It's like a micro mouse kind of robot. So with sensors and everything. But in the second course, we actually put together an Arduino and the Raspberry Pi, and we use the Arduino to control the wheels, so all the motors.
Right.
And the Raspberry Pi, we use that. We set up a web server and PHP. So we use that to control. So we connect the Arduino and the Raspberry Pi to send commands, and the Raspberry Pi can send commands for the robot to move, go left, right, and stuff.
Sure.
And you can control remotely using a web server with PHP. So
that is awesome.
You can actually do that remotely. It's actually pretty cool.
That is neat.
Yeah. One of the things that we do, we use a type of IoT service that allows you to control the robot remotely over the internet. And we actually, at a conference, we actually put the robots in our school, and we were in the West Coast, controlling remotely using the thing. So it's actually
web pages.
So you put everything together. It's like you do Arduino programming, networking, wireless. I mean, all
of it
together. Yeah.
In the end, to make that work, like all of these little pieces that we've been looking at the last week and a half, like you build up all of those skills and you get to the point where you can do, something amazing like that. That is awesome. I love it. Yeah. Now, I know you sent me some links in an email. Is that to that stuff that you're just talking about, or something's different?
Well, it's a lot of stuff. It's a bunch of workshops that we've done in the past. I think it's also that should be included because it is actually, that was a NSF grant.
Nice. Okay.
So we developed the whole thing, and it was 2 courses. So like 2-3 credit courses. The first year we did it with high school students, and then we put the course for our students. So our students actually take both courses.
Okay.
And they use also a CNC machine, or they do 3D printing. Yeah. I mean, and we're working with multiple professors. I mean,
right.
I do networking, programming and stuff, and I've done the electronic part also with Arduino, Raspberry Pi, but Other people do other stuff. So we co-teach the
Nice.
class, and some people teach several pieces.
That's
at a
awesome.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So it's
wish.
very cool because we actually, the students need to do this tutorial, the one that we just did, that one. They have to do that. So they had to do a lot of tutorials to learn all the stuff.
Right.
They had to do programming in C and also in Python.
Wow.
We give them a little piece of Python, PHP, so they can actually, very basic, so they can actually control and send the commands.
Right.
So they write like a little Python programs that allows you to send commands to the robot.
Nice.
From the Arduino, Raspberry Pi. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
I love it. Yeah, the more of these things that we do, and I meet more, other instructors and all this stuff, there's a lot of amazing things going on out there. It's just, and I just do my little part, right? And I like to share it and, have people, get excited about it and try new things and kind of see the potential, right? You've been playing with it for a while, so, you get it, right? And my hope is that more people get it, right? And they see that and they can actually develop those kinds of programs for their students to stretch them and have them get into the weeds, right, of all these things to make, because when you have a student try to make a robot do what they want it to do, like, there's a whole lot more than just following a set of instructions in that. Like, you have to, like, you're fighting the whole time to get it done. And because I know, and they latch onto that. Like, everybody that I've ever set a robot in front of, that was genuinely interested in learning, just took off, right? Just trying to figure it out and make it work. And, we use the Raspberry Pi robots quite a bit, and that, you got to set up, we set up access points, we set up, wireless connections. You got to figure out, you got to understand networking and just to connect to the thing, right? And then once you connect to it, then you're programming and, and we have wiring, right? So it's like you tell it to turn right and it turns left. So it's like, okay, is that the programming thing or is that a wiring thing? Because sometimes it's wiring, right? So they got the wiring backwards or it goes straight because the wiring is one wheel's wired wrong and one wheel's not wired, right? Or wired correctly. So yeah, it's like, there's a lot going on, and it's really, I don't know.
But it is pretty cool when they do close at the end of the class where the students can actually control remotely. We leave all the robots at school, and using those IoT services, we can bypass our IT department, so they can actually control the robot from home.
Nice.
They can connect to their Pi without going through a firewall or anything.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's actually super fun, and
that's totally cool. Yeah, so I'm hoping we have a room that we've just converted to a lab, and in the middle of the lab we're going to have two full-sized Vex robotics arenas. So they're like I don't know, I think they're 12 by 12 like squares, right? They're pretty big. So then the idea, and we have a thing called Attend Anywhere that they're installing in this classroom, but it's basically cameras and mics so that students who aren't in the classroom can actually participate in what's going on in the classroom. So we'll be able to do kind of that same thing, like set the robots down in that space and then have them, program the robots and have them interact like with each other or run into, and crash into other robots or, try to get around mazes or whatever. And
that's nice.
It's fun. I've done a workshop. One of my favorite workshops that I did, it was with middle schoolers. And we took over some DEX robots and we did a couple of tutorials just to get them used to how the robot worked. And they actually set up keyboards. Like, we had computers for them to connect to the robot. And they had a keyboard, they made keyboard controls. And then we literally lined everybody's robot up against the wall and put a maze in the classroom, and they had to drive their robot through the maze, like all of them at the same time. It was a completely hilarious to watch, 24 students try to drive these 12 robots through the room all at the same time, using keyboard controls from their laptops. So I don't know. It's just kind of fun stuff. It's all these things are really fun. And I think I'm hoping that you're seeing from the projects that we have done so far, like you can easily dig into like, you can get into minutia, you can get into really tiny, right, dig way into something. Or you can, depending on which class you're in, you can kind of highlight over it, just get a basic understanding of it. Like this last project, I really feel like there's so much more to what that project than what we just did. Like we just kind of did the installation, we did some troubleshooting, we got it functioning, right? But at this point, like now the students can build web pages, they can build a blog, they can, right? So if it's you could actually have them for the a semester long project, like, you're going to build this server. We're going to show you how to do this server in the first week. We're going to talk about how it all goes together. And then for the semester, you're going to, your grade is going to be based on, say, whatever blog you put together, and what you present as your web page, by the end of the semester kind of thing. So there's all this extra learning that can be done from that one simple project. Like there's so many things that we can do. So
one thing that I did like 2 or 3 years ago, my area of expertise is not web, but I thought that sometimes. So it was like an emergency, like I would say 2-3 years ago. The dean told me like, hey, can you teach the web class? And the first day is today at noon.
Oh my gosh, what? No
I
way.
say, are you crazy? I say, well, if I do that, I can do whatever I want. And she said, yes.
There you go.
One of the things that I did is actually I put the students to use the Raspberry Pi to set up the web server.
Nice.
And they use that for the class. So I said, well, I'm going to do whatever I want to do because, I mean, just.
Right. And I would do that exact thing.
We did this, and it was fun because the students, first time in their life that they were using the Raspberry Pi, and they have the web server, they can try and set up the stuff. And
Yep, I think that's a good compromise. Look, if you're gonna have me, go out on the edge here, then I'm gonna bring in some things that so at least we're making fun out of this, and I'm gonna learn as we go. Like I'm okay with that. Like I'll teach new classes in order to learn the topic, but it is kind of scary to kind of only be a day or two ahead. So from that standpoint. So, and today I was way behind half of you, right? So as far as the web pages are concerned, I am not, but I think it was worthy for us to do it. And I really think I kind of, I'm thinking back on it. It's like, I really, like, it would have been nice to kind of dig into some of these pieces a little bit more and make it more robust. And I think, as instructors, if you're going to go that route and use that as one of your examples, then absolutely, just dig into those little pieces, right? It doesn't have to be a one class kind of thing where we install it. We can make it 3 or 4 classes long or a week and a half long where they get to learn some pieces, and you can wrap, other assessments around it, quizzes and some other things around the material in order to get this thing up and running. So yeah, there's one of the pieces is to get it functioning, but the other piece is to understand what we're doing with it, what we did with it, what the commands we were, or maybe learn some additional commands that would be helpful, that kind of thing. So awesome. All right. So Joe, I don't know why I would be on a threat list. I got to go figure that out now. Thanks a lot. Another thing on my list of stuff to do. So apparently my web page is on, I don't know what I'm not sure what threat list they're using.
You know what? They are just like super. I don't know. I gotta be careful with my language.
Are you at a college or a high school?
No, I'm at a college, Midland College.
That seems really strict for a college. Like
there are places that I've gone. Cengage wound up on the threat list. I don't know what they're using, and they won't say. But I have this problem all the time. So, at first I thought it was maybe because, of the HTTP. I just wanted to let you know that wasn't what the issue was.
Okay, I'll go and look. I'm like, it's a, I don't know. There's nothing there that, it's just an informational web page. I don't have any, code running out or anything like that. So, I don't know. This seems kind of odd, but okay. I don't know. I agree with you. Right? So I don't work there, so I can say stuff, right? So, but to me, right, the IT department is there to support us in delivering, you know, in helping the students in learning, right? And when the IT department is in the way of that for really the no legitimate reason, I understand, you know, security and need for that, but like literally, let's come up with some ways that we can actually, and that's why I'm lucky we have, you know, we do have a sandbox. We did have to fight for that. But we have it, right? And we have the ability to do things in a space that's confined to us so that the students can actually learn without being impeded, right? But if, you know, if my IT instructor shows up on a threat list, then that's a little aggressive. It is. And it, not just because it's my page, but it's just, that page has, there's nothing on that page that is aggressive. It's a bunch of links to other web pages. There's, you know, a handful of PDF files. There's a handful of you know, affiliate links. I mean, that's about the extent of that, you know, and a couple dozen blog posts. It's like,
Well,
there's nothing to
personally,
this thing.
I think that is their you know, answer for everything, you know, because they don't know how to control their security measures that they put in place.
Yeah,
but I mean, that just, you know.
Yeah. So I can understand that too. Like anytime back when, you know, we would do filtering, right? So when you get a like a small business owner that wants to filter their network, right? So we used a firewall from Calyptix, and it was a unified threat management device for small businesses. It had, you know, intrusion detection and prevention. It had web content filtering. So you'd have the, you know, the owner would say, oh, I want to filter all streaming, and I want to filter all social media, and I want to filter, you know, hate and porn and whatever, you know, pick anything that you want to, like, you're the owner, you tell me what you want to filter. I'm going to click boxes. Like, so you click all the boxes and then stuff stops working and then they freak out. Right. So, and I think that's like, so after the first experience where like the customer, like something wouldn't work and they would call us, but they would wait a couple of days before they called us. Right. And then they'd be upset about it, you know, and like, well, I can't stream my, at that point, I think it was Pandora at the time. I can't stream Pandora. I said, well, you told me to turn off streaming. Well, not for me, like for everybody else. Okay, well then we need to clarify, okay, what do you want turned on and what do you not want turned on? And as the owner, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. My job as IT is to implement what you want me to implement. So that the idea and the thought was, and where my mind is going here is like, IT departments will tend to over protect, right? And then have to slowly undo things, you know, as they're comfortable with, and not undo them in a negative way, but like, right, if the owner wants, right, to stream music, then the owner should be able to stream music, right? But if the owner doesn't want anybody else to stream music, then that can be arranged, right? I thought it was really funny too that you know, she's like, well, everybody, no, I want anybody, you know, going on Facebook or social media during the workday. So we turn all that off, and then we get a call about a week later, and it's like, well, you know, Maria can't do her work. And I'm like, well, what does Maria do? Well, she's our social media expert. You probably should have told us that, right? Like, kind of thing. Like, and then,
be careful what you ask for.
Right. So I think, so the IT department has chosen, right? They've chosen to be super strict, you know, and it doesn't sound like they have a method for backing out of that strictness. Like, you've got to have, and that's what we told, eventually we told her, the owner of the company, we said, hey, if you see something that's weird and you don't like it, just call me and we'll look at what's going on and we'll adjust it to make it work for you. Like, and understand that it's going to take us, you know, it's going to take us probably 6 weeks to get to the point where what you see on the screen and what's allowed and what's not allowed is comfortable. Because I think they think if you turn it on, everything's going to be perfect. It's like, no, it's never perfect, right? Never. You always over protect, right? That's typically what my experience is. We overprotect up front, and then we slowly figure out what needs to be adjusted to make it work, right? Within the realm of, you know, I'm responsible for protecting your network, and, you know, and we've got to maintain that. But at a community college, at a university, right, there needs to be, especially if you're teaching a CIS program, there needs to be some flexibility with what's going on, because you can't learn if we can't
Well,
get to
and you know, my whole deal is I'm okay with that. You know, I teach security, so I understand where that comes from.
Mhm.
But, you know, if for something works one day and the next day it doesn't, you know,
Right.
and then, oh well, we put
Right.
that on the white list. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You
What's
know,
going on in the
it's
background? Like,
irritating.
yeah. Yeah. We had that issue with, so our robotics, we use Wi-Fi access points, and one of them, we had a special, you know, we had one that was just for that room, and, you know, it worked great. It's worked great for 6 months. And then all of a sudden one day it stopped working. Like we could see it, we could connect, and then we'd get disconnected. We'd see it, connect, get disconnected. So we call ITS and say, hey, did you guys change something? Because all of a sudden we can't use this access point. And, you know, the chief security officer was like, no, we didn't do anything. And then about a week later, like, wait a second, we implemented, you know, rogue access point security. What's the access point? We'll whitelist it for you, kind of thing. Like, yeah, I know you did that, like, because it worked one day and didn't work the next, right? So we didn't do anything, but okay. Anyways, so all right, cool. Let's move on. So I'm going to put this up, right? This is the list of things, and I'm looking at, like, over on my other page here, I've got all these little things that everybody was looking at wanting to do. And so if I do that and I do this, right? So this is where we go out on, I go out on a limb and we say, is there something like that's like that you want to do? Like, what do we want to do this afternoon? Is there a project here that as a group we can maybe coalesce around? We've already done the network, internet speed monitor, which included a database, which included the Grafana. We've done a website. So we've done the LAMP stack. Is there some activity, right? So I said there's quite a bit of things over here on this one, right? A lot of these, like like webcam, like that's an awesome idea, but if we don't have webcams with us, that'd be hard to do. LEDs, right? I mean, I could demo something, right? But then that's really not, that's just me showing you stuff. Right? Again, demos, like I can do demos all day long. But I'm thinking maybe we find something that we've done that one. So that's fine. Haven't played with that one lately. Computer vision, maybe. I don't know. I'm wondering, is there something that you're interested in, like that we haven't looked at yet? You know, we could find some programming that we can try. We could install Kali Linux. Again, I would be, I've installed it. I'm not a cybersecurity professional. I know a lot about cybersecurity, but I'm not, you know, I couldn't bounce around it and make it function as quickly as maybe one of you could. I would rather go a route that you guys are interested in versus randomly picking something, because I can randomly pick something and we can roll. I'm great with that too. But I wanted to see if there was something, a direction that you guys wanted to head, right? Can't really do parallel computing because we only, you know, again, we need to assume everybody has a single Pi. We don't have any extra parts. We're running headless. That's going to be our baseline. Like, I need to, whatever we do needs to kind of fit into that box. So it kind of adjusts. I mean, it kind of affects the overall components of things that we can do here. And it's quiet. Nobody has any thoughts.
What about this network scanner one there in the cybersecurity?
Network scanner. This one here. So what do we, let's see what we're looking at. We need HDMI cable, Bluetooth. is this one going to use the, do we need a dongle or do we need, I think then, yeah, so this is a, yeah, we can't do this one. Kismet uses, it needs injection on the Wi-Fi, and the card that's on the Raspberry doesn't do that. So typically you have to have an extra adapter for that one.
What about IoT?
Okay.
I don't know.
Something in IoT?
Yeah.
Cool. I wonder. You'd have to have a Alexa for that. I think there's a way to do that. Google, that one. We could do tweets. I'm trying to think of a. So we've done initial state. We did that as part of the winter conference. So I don't really want to redo the initial state one.
That's it. I just did the one with the sense hat, which is pretty cool using initial state.
Okay.
If there is another one like using initial state, that was actually, it was pretty cool for the visualization.
Yeah. So like
compare that to the one that we did yesterday. I mean, this morning.
Right. So then, so the one that I've done one like this simple, not the web dashboard. Oh, maybe that is the one we did. There's one that kind of looks at not the processes, but the create a system health dashboard for your Raspberry. So this one is actually pretty fun. I don't know if anybody here was part of was at the winter conference and I did this as a lab, like at the very end of the conference after we were after like a post conference thing. This one actually is pretty fun. It's a real simple dashboard, but you basically we create this. So initial state's an online, like another, we can send data and we can, obviously you can see it on the picture, we can visualize the data. We can see like the different processors on the Raspberry Pi. So we can create a dashboard for performance. So again, another performance type of monitor, not a network performance monitor, but a performance monitor of the actual equipment. So this one's pretty straightforward. It's not overly complicated. And I think we can do it with everything that we do have currently. We can do that. So I think that would be a good, at least that's an IoT type of a thing where we're actually connecting to a cloud-based service. And I really think that it's important that the students get used to connecting to cloud-based services. So that's something that we could do. I think that would be a good one. I like that one. There's a couple others like the monitoring of the processes and the IP address. So the neat thing about that is we can take the system health a step further. This is a processes. So if like you have an email server that you will need to monitor and you want to make sure the email services are running, if that service goes down, then this will tell you, like if the process goes offline, this will warn you that a process has dropped. So even though your server may be up and running and you can ping the server, maybe the service stopped working. So that's another thing that we could do. And we don't need, I'm trying to make sure that we don't need to have extra parts, right? Because if we do anything with the SynSat, we would need a SynSat. So I think those two would be pretty cool. Either one of those would be fine. I'm wondering what this one, build a simple dashboard web server. So this actually.
Can we have a question? Does everybody have a SAN hat?
No. We had to go without. Yeah, we don't have it.
But you know what? Well, I do have the Sense hat, but the Raspberry Pi, you can use the
emulator.
The emulator.
Will this thing work with an emulator? Will this connection work with emulator?
I think so. I mean, I did that one, and at the end, the last part when you use the Sense hat first to play with, and I think you can just run that on the emulator. I can try that, but at the end you use initial state to collect the data, and for that you don't need anything. That was actually, it is actually pretty nice to do that. I think the first part, it works on the emulator.
Okay, I'm trying to find the 0 one here, or the Synsat one here.
Yeah, the only thing is that you need to collect the data, so it's not gonna, you don't have data to collect, right?
Right. That
because this is just an emulation, unless the emulator allows you to inject data,
like make up data. So,
I don't know.
Let's start here with the simple health dashboard, just to get familiar with using an online, IoT or an online cloud-based service. And then if we can figure out if the emulator will work, we can kind of move on to that. We still have plenty of time, and we have the rest of the afternoon, which I know we can get this project done this afternoon, no problem. And then we have all day tomorrow. So if there's something, right, because I don't see any where anybody was like, gung-ho about trying to make any of these happen. I will get us a project to do tomorrow that kind of, maybe I can find something in this that would work where we can, like, 'cause I really like the idea of the doorbell, but we don't have the button or the camera as part of our kits. So we got to come up with something a little modified from that to do something there, but I'll come up with something. But I think for the day, I think let's do the system dashboard, and then we don't have to actually do, we don't have to do a full-on project. What we could do is kind of take a look at the different IDEs that are there, right? And we can look at the Synsat, we can look at Sonic Pi and some other things that are just kind of fun that you would be outside of your normal. So VPN would be good too. We've done a VPN before. I think that would be fun. But things that are on the Raspberry that are kind of outside your normal, that would be interesting projects to get students engaged. So so we're gonna, let's do this dashboard first. So I'm gonna grab the information here. We'll do I don't want to send it directly here. Let's go to everybody.
Can you post the links on chat?
That's what I was doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was on its way. All right, so this is so what we're going to end up with is we're going to basically create a dashboard online that is showing us the disk drive and the processor and everything on our Raspberry Pi. Okay. And the performance of our Raspberry Pi, but in a dashboard format. So that'll be, right, so visual formats here. So this again plays into the system admin, network monitoring, right, that component of a program, okay? This is using Initial State, which is an online cloud-based service, to do the collection and presentation of this. I don't know that we need a new SD card. I think we could probably, we're going to attempt it on the current web server, right? Because this should be something that runs in the background that we can monitor this. I mean, the idea of this is I should be able to monitor a device regardless of what the device is doing, right? So that's kind of the idea. So from this page here, we're just going to click on part 1, Initial State, which will take us out to, and these are really small, holy cow. So we need to set up an account. So I know that, a lot of you have accounts everywhere, and I apologize, but I think it's kind of how our world works nowadays, unfortunately. So this first link here, I will put that in the chat. We'll take you out to set up an account. You can click on register a new account right there if you don't have one. I'm going to go ahead and Log in. Maybe not. Figure out which account I'm using. All right. Oh, and that took me away from my instructions. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. What happened here? Did they change that? I don't need a subscription to do this. If we need a subscription, then we're not going to do this one. I thought you could do one of these without having a subscription.
No, they change. Yeah, a little bit.
A little
Mine
bit.
says welcome to the free student plan. So
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
I'm gonna.
Okay, I'm gonna sign out, and I'm gonna just set up an account with my CNM email.
You need a .edu account, so it's free.
Mine is in .edu. My school has its own domain name.
So that's not free.
Yeah, so I guess I will be watching.
So yeah, so okay, yeah.
No worries.
My school's a .NET, but whatever. I want to see how it works.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Do you have an alias? Like sometimes I've got a couple of aliases for my name.
I don't have an alias with an EDU.
No, I mean in your edu, sometimes they use your like first initial and last name. Sometimes they like that.
No, we end in .NET.
Okay, got it.
So I have one set up. I just don't remember my password. So we're gonna reset that. So is that, did I hear 2 individuals don't have a .edu? There's probably more that don't have a .edu. Okay, so that didn't ask me for a setup. Okay. All right, so I've got logged in, set that off to the side. And then it did take me away from the initial state page. So I'm gonna go back to that page here. Let me get myself organized. Hold on. I want that there. I want this here. So the instructions here, go to initial state, set up the account. A .edu account's not going to cost anything. If you don't have that, hang tight. This one's not a very long one, but I do want, you can at least see kind of the idea of what this is all about. There may be other services that you can do that don't have that, a subscription to that. And I think this is one of those things I tried to leave this if we had space, and I did, if we had space, this is the end of the day space. I just wanted to run any kind of project that would be interesting. So I think this is more or less I would have done something different, knowing that we needed to have accounts. So I apologize to those that don't have a .edu.
No worries.
So it's kind of an hour of just watching. It's not going to be too much. Install the initial state Python module on your Raspberry Pi. So I've gone out and created the account. That's what this is here. I'm going to set that off to the side because we really need to log into our machine. So I'm going to go back to this is the Raspberry Pi that we set up the web server on. Okay. And from there, we need to go out and we're going to get the Python modules from initial state. Okay. So we'll do that from the command line. The first line there, it wants us to go to CD home, but I think I'm already there. So PDW, I'm already in home Pi. If you're not in home Pi, like if you're still in the HTML, then you'll run this first command, CD //home /pi/. That will get you to the home directory. Okay. Second command here is going to go out using curl. It's going to go out and grab the Python modules from initial state. And it's going to pipe it into bash, right? So it's just running an installation of these modules. So you can see it's like it didn't find IIS Streamer, it's installing it. If it finds something, it's just going to skip over it, but otherwise it'll install the things that we need to do. The very last thing here, and it asks you, do you want to get the automatically, right? Do you want automatically it should say, do you want to automatically get an example script? And the answer is yes, you do. So it'll give you, it'll give us a real quick Python example of how this stuff is going to work. So we're going to just leave it where it's at, which is in the home directory, is_example. And please select which initial state app you are using. We are using, which one does it want us to do? It doesn't say here. Oh, here we go. This is the automatically stuff. I believe using the legacy service or the new IT. I think we're using the new IoT service. I don't think we don't even know what the original or the old one was. So we're going to go with a 2 here. And then this should ask you for the email and the password that you just set up, right? So I want to go back over to the instructions before I continue on. So there's this little piece here. If you do this, right? If you get an error installing this, there's you can go and set up pip for this to work. So you have to run these 2 things in order to get this to work again. So there's just a little bit of instruction there. So if you run into an error, right, this piece here will kind of walk you through how to fix the error. And then we skipped immediately to this. My installation went to the AutoMagic. So you can see we did the command and we're going to do, and then we answer some questions. Do you want to do this? Yes, we want to do this. And then it's kind of walking us through. So we're in the kind of the bottom of step 3 down here where we're putting in our username and password. To get that example script. So as long as you got your password in properly, it will give you the script. Okay. So to get to where we're at this point, make sure you're in the home directory, run the curl command. It goes through the installation, puts everything that it, installs what we need to install, and then it walks you through setting up the example script. All right. The example script, if we run nano is underscore example dot py. So we would do that by, or we're going to look at the script first, right? So the script is example.py.
Ginger.
They want us to look at line 15. So right here, streamer, no, not that one. Streamer equals streamer, right? This line right here, this line creates a new bucket called Python stream example associated with our account. I want to make this bigger so we can actually see the whole thing. And it's got an access key token associated to it automatically, right? So by creating that automatically, it created this stream that's associated. This is my access token, right? So we'll destroy that after we get done here, but that's the idea of this particular thing. It does it automatically for us, so we don't have to do anything, right? That was kind of the point of AutoMagic. Right, and this happens because the access key is there, that parameter is there. So they've already set that example for us, which is nice. And they're kind of blocking it out. If we want to run this example, so I'm going to go ahead and control X. This is just showing you where it's at in that line. At the very end, there's an access key. If you've ever done anything, or if your students have ever done anything where they're connecting to, say, Twitter or Facebook or Dropbox or Google Drive, there's always going to be some kind of an access token, access key combination, typically some level of, this one only has one, right? I believe if you try to do Twitter, there's 4 different keys, right? There's 4 different things that you have to have in order for you to make a connection to Twitter. So, and that's one that we could possibly do as another example, like connect to Twitter and post to Twitter from Raspberry and program it to post things, and to stream, like to go and look for things that are out there. Okay. So the example here is just to show us where that's happening and to start to understand the case. We don't have to deal with the key for this particular example because they created it automatically for us. Okay. To run the program, right? Just it's Python is underscore example example dot py. Okay. All right, so the program is running, and then to do this, we're going to go back to initial state. And on initial state, click back to the initial state, count in your web browser. The new bucket called Python stream example should have shown on the left-hand side of your screen. So Python stream example, I'm going to go with the one that's, there's a number 2 and a number 1. These are all from earlier this month. I wonder, there should be a new one. I don't see a new one. Did something go wrong? That's an old one. I should have deleted these off before we started this. Again, this is what happens when you don't clean up after yourself. So this example, that example ran, so it should have generated a new, and it didn't. That's what's weird. I'm having a.
It took mine just a minute to show up.
Okay, and maybe that's what's. Right. Let's see if it gives it. Let's give it a couple, give it a minute or 2 and see. We should get a new one of these. It should say Python stream example 3, I would guess. I didn't get any errors down here, so that seems like it should be working. And it's basically just doing, if we look at the script, it's just doing a count, like a, a count and putting, and creating a graph for us. I don't see how we would create what you should end up seeing is this right here, right? So the little step count, and it's basically, it's a loop that it steps through and creates this chart, drops a couple words in, and then it's done. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the new.
I'm wondering if what you have to do is to copy the access key and add it to the initial state on the website? Because I don't see it. I think you had to add. You know, when you have your email on your email, if you go on My Settings, it has an option where you can add the key. I think we should add the key. Just copy paste, I imagine. It's a thing.
So that one, so this is the key that I was given on the 8th. So that's my key right there. And we can go, let's go over here and let's take a look. Is that the same key that's in this folder?
Oh, no, no.
That's not even close.
No.
Oh, yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It is close. It is exactly close, right? IST_SNK. Right? And it ends with QFGU. So this is my key. So it took the key from my account and should have posted it into this. So that should have been automatic. That's kind of it's supposed to be automatic. What is confusing right this second is this should have generated a new, it should have added another one out here and not these older ones. I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to get rid of these without, so remove, I'm going to remove these other ones. Because I don't have these machines functioning any longer. I've undone all these machines. So we're just going to get rid of all this mess. And then I'll run that example again and maybe move it now. So the other thing I'm curious about, so if I go here, like we did the installation, if I ping, let's say iot.app.initial. Just want to make sure I have a communications, right? So I should have, so I got communications. Well, no, I don't. I've got DNS lookup. Interesting. Like nothing. Not even failures. 100% packet loss. So maybe this doesn't reply. That's crazy. So if I run that example, that was the nano version, not the actual running of this. So not getting any, like I'm not getting like it didn't run, right? And it should have. This is where I wish I would have tested. I should have tested. Ugh.
Mine worked. So, I mean, I got the,
Okay, good.
But what site were you pinging?
I was trying to ping iot.app.initial state, right? Because that's where we're trying. I'm on that page right here, right? From
my machine's not pinging it either.
Yeah, so I think it may be just they turned off ping on that, so they're not replying to pings. But I'm not getting, like, I should get. My stream data should be there.
Yeah, I had to close and open that little side window several times right there. because I couldn't figure out where it was supposed to be at, but.
Is anybody else that's going along with this? Have you run it and gotten? You should get the dashboard that should show up here automatically on the left, and it should look something like. You should get this Python stream example, and if you click on it, you should get this graphic here. So Kathleen got it. David, you're all good because you're just watching, right? I wonder. Well, let me connect. I would think it wouldn't let me connect if I typed in my password wrong when I was setting this up. Let's look at that script again real fast. So it's got my key. My key is fine. There really isn't a username and password inside of this. Yeah, so this is really basic. I'm not sure why. I'm trying to figure out why my side won't work at this point. In the past, it's always worked. So, and this would probably be the fourth or fifth time that I've done this. So I'm trying to figure out why. I'm on a student plan, so I don't have
refresh the entire page.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay.
It is, yeah. I have. I should, it should have been here. And this is just like, based on name or recently added. It doesn't really, that doesn't going to affect anything. So my stream it's not connecting or not pushing forward. Which is a tad bit on the annoying side. If we go into my settings, maybe there's something going on here. I doubt it. There's my access key. I guess we can create a new key, and I can try that. Create a new key. And then let's remove this key. And then let's copy the new key into my example here. Oh, I put it way up here. Let's try this again.
It's the same key.
That one is. Let's get rid of this. And I got to come down here with my little cursor instead of my. So right there, I want to copy this key. Oh my gosh. I don't want to type this key in. I want to go there. It doesn't like Control V. Nano doesn't. Oh, Nano is going to drive me nuts. That's the new key. Okay. I need to get rid of that space and that space. So then so that's the new key. Okay, so I'm gonna control X, Y, enter. And then if we run this one, so this is, just a brand new key. I'm wondering if there's a key issue. And we're hoping for a stream. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so that fixed it. So my key, there was something wrong with my key. So now I've got this working. Okay. Right. So then this is all it is. Just like it's going through. If you look at the code, it's stepping through the numbers, right? And then it's done, and it throws out some names. So you could actually make some changes to the script if you really wanted to kind of figure it out. So all we wanted to do for that, right? The whole point of that is I was just to make sure that we're communicating properly with initial state. You can see down here, right? For num in range, starting at 1, going to 20. So it's going to count up to 9 or 20 times. So go count up to 19. And then we're going to sleep for 0.1 seconds. There's a log called numbers, my numbers. If number is, what's the percentage? I always forget what. So if it's 2, it's going to pop false, or it's divided by 2. If the number is divided by 2, so it's going to go the true Boolean here, right? Right. If it's divisible by 2, I believe is what that means, then we're going to have false in this thing. And then if it's something not divisible by 2, you should have true in this thing. And then if it's divisible by 3, you should have pop, pop shouldn't have been there. It never did an option, right? So once it hit the 3rd, it would, my events, put pop in there, but it never touched my events again. This is weird code to me. So what it's gonna do, right? We're gonna step through these numbers, right? And we're gonna graph them the whole way. And then it's gonna check to see if it's divisible by 2. And if it is, we put false here. And if it's not, then we put true here. Is that what that's saying? And then at some point, the number is divisible by 3. So it's going to put pop here, but it doesn't ever, there's not an else for that. So it doesn't change that. Like it always will just be pop there. And then there's a my messages piece, which is this piece here. When it's divisible by 10, it's going to be stream half done. And then if it's done, it'll be stream done. So you're never going to see it because we never have it open. So, and you only see it after the fact. You only see the end results of this particular thing. The only reason I went through the code is so I understand why we put these things here. If you had this stream open, like if it was created and it would rewrite to this stream, I don't know if it will rewrite to this stream. We can run the code again and see if it does. We should see if it does, then we should see things happen. And we could do it a lot slower too, like, cause this is 0.1. Like if we sleep for 1, so 1 second, whoops, why does it do that to me? Let's do this. Let's sleep for 1. I'm going to leave the stream open. I'm going to move this off the page so we can, and I'm going to run this code, but I want to see if it actually updates this or gives me a new live stream, right? So that's my curiosity now, right? So I have my, I don't think it's going to update this thing. I think it's just going to run. Oh, there it goes. So every second, right? So it's false. It's 9. I'm curious now what it's. It's halfway done. Right? You can see halfway done. You see false. It's back to true. Pop never changed because as soon as it hit a divisible by 3, it never changed. But then my graph is really funky now, which is weird that came out funky like that. But you can see the numbers change of these items change as it went through, and that's going to just be based on the programming logic. We can change that. The point of this is not because we want to correct that code. The point of it is that you want to see like it was actually doing things in the background, and we were just seeing the end results when we saw it the first time. That's the only reason I wanted to kind of look at that. All right. So with that, I've got my initial state. I'm going to set that off to the side. I've got this is my Raspberry Pi, and here are the instructions that we're still trying to work off of. for the system. All we've done so far is install the Python connectors for initial state, an online cloud services dashboard that we're playing with. And then we set up that IS example, a real quick example, so we could see that we can connect. And in my case, I had to correct the key because my original key didn't work, but that was a key left over from January. Okay. The next piece is now we want to get, we want to set up the system to monitor the Raspberry Pi and all the pieces in the Raspberry Pi. So the disk drive space, the RAM space, what's used, what's not used, that kind of thing. So that's going to be the goal of the next piece here. So on this one, right, we're setting up PS util. We need to install this. We're going to use the pip installer. Which should be built in. We may have to, no, it is. So mine's built in. If you get an error here, we need to go back to the page before and get pip installed. So pip is just a different packet manager. So this utility, the PS utility, is stored as part of the pip packet manager. All right. So it looks like it's installed. So PS util is installed. We need to make sure that we're in the Pi directory. So just more of a, just double checking, making sure we're there. We're going to make a directory called Pi Health. Right, so that we can store this information in, and then we're going to go to Pi Health. So cd Pi Health. So now we're in that directory. Okay. So we went to the home directory, made a directory called Pi Health, went and then changed directory into Pi Health. Okay. We're going to copy and modify the Python scripts. So there's a Python script here that we need to go grab. So let's click on this link. And does this give us a, nope. We're going to just copy the script from here. So this is a script that's going to go out and it's going to create a whole bunch of streamer logs, and streamer logs are going to be those little squares that have data in them, right? So similar to the dashboards that we were talking about in Grafana earlier this morning. We're going to grab this, this Python file. We're going to come back to the instruction set. And I think we need to create this file, right? So nano pi health.py. So we're gonna, right, I'm gonna do sudo nano, and then we're gonna create a file called pi health. Oops, we should spell it correctly. That'd be great. Pi health.py, and we're gonna copy the contents of that file that we just created, that we just got, right? Whoa, that is not what I wanted to do. I hit the wrong key. Here I want to paste, right? So here's the file that we just copied, right? So this is, does everybody understand what we just did? We went over here to this GitHub. We grabbed this file. We do need to come back over here, right? And make a couple changes. Like we need to put in a couple things here. So it says we need to place our initial state access key, right? That access key that I had gotten earlier, we need to go find that again, and we need to copy that into right here, all right? I don't think we need to worry about changing these other things. We could, right? Computer, you can change the name to the computer, right? And the bucket key, I don't think they talk about the bucket key, but I think we, if we wanted to have, we could adjust that. The only thing they really want us to worry about is that key, that our access token, right? Our access key. Okay. In order to get that, I need to go back to my initial state account. Actually, go to my settings, right? So on my name, I just highlighted my settings, and then I'm going to copy this key again, because I've already I copied this information, right, the script over. I need to go down to that point. Gotta figure out where my cursor is. So we're going to put our access token here like we did on the other one. So now that I've cleared it, I'm right there. I'm going to hit paste. So that's my access token, and get rid of that last space. Okay. So I put my access token or my access key there. I think we are using minutes between read is 1 minute. For this particular example, I think that's great because we'll see changes happening. If you're doing this on a normal basis, every 5 minutes, some kind of, bigger thing where we're not really killing the machine, kind of taking its health, right? Because it's one of those things when you start measuring something, you actually, kind of mess up the measurements, right? So all we really need to do based on the instructions here is just put our token in here. The rest of this is going to grab, it's going to go grab the information it needs. And it's using PSUtil to do that, and then it's going to post all that information on our streamer. Okay, so that's our hope, right? That this works the way it's supposed to work. Okay, are we okay so far with what we've done? We basically we've created an initial state account, right? That initial example basically gave us this ability to to connect to and produce dashboards on the initial state, right? And then we have code that they gave us that's going to create the examples that we want. And this is one of those times where, once we've got it running, then we can have students go in and kind of start modifying things and making things change around and work that way through this code. So I'm going to copy this, right? The Python PyHealth. We're just going to run that. We've created the file down here. Now we're going to run it. Okay. It should take a little bit of time for it to populate this piece here. And we're running this in the foreground, right? That's what the kind of thing we talked about before, right? And then right here, if we wanted to run it in the background, right? Run the script in the background and be sure it doesn't exist if SS Kinix is Brexton, right? So we can use this command to run it in the background. Right now, we're going to leave it in the foreground just to get it to work and to see it. And now we have Pi3 performance, right? Remember, that's in that top part of that log. That's what we were collecting, okay? So, and now this is our performance monitor, right? And it's collect every minute, right? So this is, looks like the first minute, maybe two. We'll let this get, you can see here's memory used, memory available, total disk, CPU temperature, right? And as it starts to collect data, you'll start to see performance components change around, and then it'll start to squeeze it into the space here, the amount of time, right? So we're just going to let it kind of run for a little bit here. In fact, we may want to, we may want to run it quicker so we can just see more dynamically how it's going. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to Control D or Control C, right, to get out of that. I want to do a nano on the health here, and the minutes between read. I wonder if I can put I'm going to put a 0.5 and see if it'll do every half a minute. Right. So let's see if that. I'm going to go 0.5. I don't know how this wants to read. Hopefully we don't break it. I'm trying to get it to just go a little quicker. So this is my dashboard for the performance on my computer. I want to see if it clicks quicker. You can see these are my CPUs. So CPU 0, CPU 1, CPU 2, CPU 3, right? And I got overall CPU usage, total disk, disk used, disk free. There's a second disk used. So you can start to see, now you're starting to see more details coming in slowly but surely. And then what we can do with this is I'm going to go ahead and then kill this one last time, and we're going to run it in the background so that I don't have to tie up my terminal session there. That's weird. It's like I'm ignoring you. Okay, let's get this, let's make that smaller or get rid of that so we can, I'm going to move that off the screen. So we should have, we're still be collecting data at this point. So here's 412.52, right? Yeah, we're getting more data there. Okay. Fair enough. So now you can say, yeah, so now you're starting to see the data and now it's getting collected. Right? And we've got, so we have network information down here. So network megabytes sent, received, network errors, sending errors. We got memory free, memory used. There's two different sets of memory. Looks like there's a memory total. I think we've got RAM. And one of these is going to be maybe RAM, and one of them is going to be, no, storage space. I don't think that's going to be more disk used, right? So the disk used is up here. What we can do though is we can customize all these pieces. Oops. We can customize all these pieces, which is the next page. The page 3 there is kind of talk about how we can customize. And we're going to go to, like, so you can move these things around. You can make the sizes bigger. You can change the information, right? So for example, the CPU temperature, right? Let's edit the tile, right? And we're going to make this not a line graph, but we're going to make it a gauge chart. And arc is fine. We can do a bar, right? Or actually we'll just do arc. Arc is good. And then CPU temperature. Yeah, so that looks good. So then if I close out of that, now I've got, right, my temperature, and it's on a chart from, you know, lowest to highest for the overall CPU temperature. We can then adjust, yeah, so you can see now, like, so it's a kind of a live dynamic based on the last reading on that particular chart. So over here, just doing a gauge chart. I'm trying to make sure I did the same. So yeah, that's all. He's adjusting it. So you can move things around too. So I can take this and unlock the layout, and then I can move things around. So then you can set things kind of how you want them, right? So if I put this up there, I've got my CPUs over here. I can move my memory around. And make memory available, we can make that. Is there an example of a memory available on this one? So these are kind of neat instead of this. So that one's just the memory. Let's look at the memory over here. So this one is, what is this one? Total disk space. So they're going based on last value and then showing it in as a number. Right? I was just kind of, I mean, to me, it's kind of, you know, there's a lot of interesting things that you can do with the, doesn't need to be a line graph, disk free. These look to be different than what they're showing on the screen. Does that mean it's time for a drink? Trying to see which one, histogram maybe. So this is just kind of showing in histogram form. Like I want to adjust the sizes. Can you, and you can grab these and kind of make them smaller. So I've got CPU 3, move that one out of the way. Let's put this one over here. This is CPU 1. Or CPU 0. All right, so you can kind of organize your charts. You can change the graphics around. You can make the dashboard look and feel the way you want it to work, right? So there's, you know, all kinds of customization that you can do. And this is going to be on this particular unit, right? So if you have some, and we're grabbing everything, like, you know, is it necessary for us to grab this much information about this particular unit? Probably not, right? Are we concerned about maybe key performance metrics? Maybe we look at memory available. Maybe we look at CPU performances, you know, and that's going to be a, you know, that's going to be something that's interesting, like CPU usage. The temperature, I think, would be a good one, right? The network send errors, that kind of thing, or networks received, or some, right, some form of you know, overall memory thing. And we can clear out and clean up the script that it only shows particular pieces on our dashboard, right? But you saw that, you know, we kind of worked through, I mean, it took 10, 15 minutes to go through that particular setup. And then, you know, we could spend an hour or so to get the dashboard exactly the way we like it, right? And showing just the critical pieces of information that we care to see, so that at any point in time, like we could push this up onto a screen, and, you know, you could probably set up multiple feeds and kind of rotate through the feeds, and though you can see how your machines are functioning and working from a monitoring standpoint, right? For this assignment, this is a real simple, like, introductory thing that I would do, especially if I'm trying to get my students connected to cloud services, right? Understanding that, you know, that access token is kind of critical to the overall understanding. You know, and they're going to use those things over and over again, right? I think that was something that came up earlier. Like, I've got all these we have all these accounts, right? And I literally have to keep a log book of all the accounts that I have, because there's so many of them out there. So, again, you know, do they need to use this? I don't, you know, no, maybe not. But I think it's real simple, real straightforward, really neat visualization of what's really going on in the Raspberry Pi. So this is kind of detailed information about the memory, the processors, right? What's going on, you know, and we could, right now, we're not doing anything on this machine, right? So this machine is not even, this is the machine here, right? So, so I'm curious, like, you know, if we were to fire up, say, a browser, and if we then maybe launched Genie, and then maybe tried to run, you know, I'm trying to kill it, really, is what I'm trying to do. So, like maybe VLC player, just kind of, you know, firing up different things on this device, like we can kind of see immediately the impact of these components, and in 30-second increments, obviously. So fire up another web page, and then go out to a web page, right? So, and then you kind of look at what's happening, like memory available became, you know, a lot smaller. I was hoping to see kind of more. You can see that my temperature spiked. I'm at 127 now, so, where I was sitting in the 116, 118 range, and now I'm at 127. I'm at the top end of that, you know, as my Raspberry's doing things. So we can immediately see, you know, as I open up, you know, programs and I try to do things on the Raspberry, that those things affect, like I want to wonder if, you know, running this disk diagnostics here in a second, if that, you know, what that impact is going to be on the overall system, right?
If you click on the up the top, there's a little tab that says View Waves app. It actually shows them instead of tiles. That's actually a pretty cool view too.
This one here, where we're seeing everything kind of in a, right? Again, it's, you know, playing around with it, like getting used, you know, seeing the material, like it just, you know, and like what works here, the instructions right at the very end here, they kind of show you like there's some, you know, you see they've got these things set, you know, so kind of watching through the video to go and set how the, you know, what these things look like. You can actually tighten this up. I mean, this looks really sharp. Like mine doesn't look sharp, right? This over here does. Like it looks pretty neat. And you can adjust all those tiles and make it, you know, make the dashboard. Like you can create the dashboard just like this. And then you can, there's this time scale that keeps showing you this time scale. Like you can actually look at particular times of the day, right? You don't, it's not just, it's, you know, right now we're looking at live numbers, but then you could pick a section of the day and kind of look at, you know, what's happening during that time frame. I'm really curious to see, I was hoping that so I got a bunch of stuff crazy going up here, right? So, okay. Oh, here's the speed test. So I was going to run this, right? So running the test, I'm hoping that, you know, we see some, you know, hits to the disk usage or disk free, maybe not. Maybe it's more of a processor thing. I don't see any kind of, here's a disk total. Like I've got it all kind of messed up now, but disk used, disk total, you can kind of combine the pieces together, change the order around, change the views. I think I locked everything at that point, right? But you can kind of see the impact of different things that we're doing. Right now, my memory available is really low, right? I've just kind of toasted my memory. I got some network receive, quite a bit of network receive, and that's going to be based on my hitting those web pages. And you can see kind of some spikes here from the CPUs. They all kind of had that same spike on them. Right? I don't know, just interesting stuff that you can look at and modify. I'm curious on the, so I've seen that one. I want to see like how to change, like how to put those numbers in place. So edit tiles. I got auto create new signal tiles, auto layout. I took auto layout off, right? So auto layout's going to put everything in. We take that off and we can modify things. So in this case, we can start, you know, making these up to squares, right? I didn't do that one right. So that's what, you know, you can adjust the corners. I'm just trying to see what can we do with this one. Right? Edit the tile. I want to say, what was the one that they were using? Was it a summary? Yeah, so this is just a summary, right? So this is going to be, I want to say CPU 1 percentage, right? That's just the percentage of usage. So now instead of a graph, I have a number, right? So then as CPUs are used, I'll just get number differences, right? So 0.5s are nothing, right? Which are nice. But then if I, so my, I wonder why my disk failed. If I, you know, fire up a couple more web pages and I fire up the config file, or maybe the, let's say the recommended software, which takes up quite a bit of stuff, I should see this kind of spike, right? From a monitoring standpoint. I can move this over and then adjust it to be, yeah, so they're not spiking all that much. I'm not really using the CPUs a massive amount. So I can use that as a This is a summary that I'm going to use. So CPU2 percentage. Was it not summary that we had before? Summary. Oh, I messed up. I grabbed the wrong. I changed this. It should be CPU underscore 2. And the title should be CPU 2 percentage. I done broke it. It's not a dash, it's an underscore. There we go. All right. So now I'm getting, you know, more visually appealing, right? I can, I'm going to do auto layout so it'll put everything kind of, there we go. And then I can adjust things and then do auto layout and then get them the right size and stuff. And then I can put them all in the right place and the way I, you know, organize them the way I want based on the, you can see like my processor now is comfortable, right? And then I believe at some point you can actually create, I think thresholds and stuff like that show on the dashboard. But there's a really simple example, really quick example of a IoT. We use this for IoT. I think the sensor, you know, thing that Tony was talking about, we use a sense hat and we grab data and we throw all the data up there. So we have temperature and humidity and there's accelerometer data that we can choose and to display. So a lot of things like that. So the students, once they know how this works and how they can grab the data and present the data, then this is another place where they can present information that they're gathering on their machine. We're using, you know, kind of raw processing data, which I think from a systems administration standpoint, this kind of data makes sense. I think from a, you know, a bigger scope of things, like what do we really want to watch? What do we want to monitor? You know, depending on which device, like there's certain devices we can work on and work from there. I think the other project that would kind of dovetail into this particular project would be, there is one that monitors processes, right? And that one, the reason I like that one is if you are, you know, responsible for services running on a computer of some sort, right? Then, whoops, I'll go back and grab it the other way. Then you can monitor like email services, or you can monitor DNS services or web services. And like if something isn't functioning properly, then it will allow you to see that in a dashboard. Okay. Are there any questions on any of these things on this particular project? Does anybody get this up and running and kind of goofing around with this and kind of seeing the data that's here?
That was pretty cool.
I think it is. I think it is. It's, you know, and it's already kind of built for you. So it's not like it's super involved. I think the hardest part now would be, you know, I think, right, playing around with what's the best way to present the data. Again, that kind of goes back to that Grafana conversation this morning, is what's the best way to present this data in a useful way, right? It's one thing to produce, you know, to dump all the data out here and see it. That's one thing. It's completely different to make this useful, right? To make it useful for us to know kind of where we're at performance-wise, you know, and then maybe we figure out what that is based on whatever graphs we've put together, and we can figure out what our thresholds are, right? So if there's issues with you know, something being overtaxed or undertaxed, right? You know, in that case, or not used, right? Then we can use that to make decisions. We can use that to trigger events. We can use that to trigger you know, service tickets or upgrades or downgrades or whatever the case may be. But the idea of this is that we can, this is data, again, off of the Raspberry Pi, specifically pulling CPU, memory, disk, networking, the kind of the big four that we monitor on a normal basis. All right. Coolio. Everybody's quiet, so I'm hoping that things
Seems like
are
a
just
good
working.
stopping spot for today.
I think it is. I don't know about you, but I think it is, because if we try to get something else rolling, we're gonna have to stop.
We'll be here until 7.
Right. We won't get away. But I think,
Gary,
yeah. Yes.
you were showing a page that has the tiles or the blocks of the Pi projects that we were looking for. What is the web links of that page that you had?
Let's see if I can make sure we're looking at the right page. This is not that one. I got all these pages over here. Like they're everywhere. Like I got like 12 sets of tabs open. Are we talking about this page? Or we're talking about the initial state page?
No.
Like this page? This is all the This is all the Raspberry Pi stuff that's related to using the Raspberry Pi on initial state, and I'll push this here.
Oh,
right?
okay. Can you grab that links and then put on?
It is. I just did it.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
How to monitor your boat during the winter months. That'd be awesome if I had a boat. I don't have a boat.
You can monitor somebody else's boat.
Okay, that'll work. Let's do that. Yeah, these are really cool because these are kind of, again, these are IoT type of devices or IoT types of projects. A lot of these are. I think this simple web dashboard is going to collect like weather data. Plus, if you have a weather system and weather data off the web and kind of combine them together. This is the processes one that I was talking about. So we did the system health one. Okay, this processes one, right, to take this up another notch, right? So like we work, weather station is running, cool office temperature monitor is running, dev office temperature is running. Like in this case, they're using, like there's these processes that we're running on a Raspberry Pi, programs that we're running. So like Pi Health, which we did on this one, but let's say the network monitor, right? The internet speed one, like we can look for that process to be running and we can monitor that, or email servers, or Active Directory servers, DNS, DHCP, I mean, all of those different services that we would be running, we can monitor those and then, have a dashboard that shows us running or not running. And then if they're not running, like have it alert us on the screen. You can see that you can actually tie it to a smartphone. So this would be like the next step from us looking at the Raspberry Pi and looking at its, the physical functionality of the computer itself, then moving on to the software side of the house, right? So the first one is more hardware. This one's going to be more the software side. So those two in combination, I think these two, will help you, or will get the students to kind of understand monitoring of the health of a device, like a network device. Like it's not only the hardware that we're worried about, we're also worried about the software and everything running on top of that. And neither one of those requires us to have extra components or pieces, right? I really like having, I know they're doing the extra pieces and components, but it's not always possible, right? So there's a bunch of really fun ones in here that you can kind of look at. And then if you have parts and pieces, or you want the students want to build it and they want to put together the parts. I think, again, just another set of resources that's really fun to use and try and put together, right? And it's a good time filler for us as far as a workshop is concerned, right? We had this, I didn't know kind of how long the web page thing was going to take. you know, and when we didn't have I didn't think anything past that. I'm like, okay, we'll get there. And then, you know, this is a good drop in, like you can drop this in. Like we could have done that, you know, that could be one class period where we set up that dashboard system, and then they could spend the rest of the time kind of coming up with creating a dashboard and then showing off that dashboard. I like that idea of having students show off what they've come up with, right? Because a lot of them will spend time doing that. And I think this is probably the fourth time I mentioned it. You know, and I've seen that happen in my class. When they know they're going to present their idea, then they are more apt to like spend time on it. So initial state, that's another really good resource for coming up with projects that you can then tie to different classes. These two would be kind of that, you know, system admin type of a thing. A lot of these other ones are going to be related to more IoT stuff. I really like the Enviro hat or the Sense hat, right? Creating a monitoring system for a server room, which is a common project in my IoT class, right? Because that again ties to IoT, also ties to sysadmin, you know, humidity, temperature. You know, we can actually, you know, connect web cameras to the Raspberry Pi, and so you have a camera in the room, so you can see if somebody's in there. You can, you know, monitor those other environmental variables and have it alert based on those variables. So, and there's a couple of there's a temperature monitor thing here, the Enviro hat, which is down here. That one will let you do more than just the temperature. I think there's some pressure and humidity and some other items on that one. So good stuff. Cool. And like Joe said, I think now is a good time to break for the day. We're about 20 minutes early. I'll work on
That's okay. That makes up for the 20 minutes late we were the other 2 days.
There you go. Exactly. Right. Because we've gone over each of the other days. So we're going to stop now because we're good. And tomorrow we'll have I'll put together a project that should be the whole day. Right. So we'll do a project for the day. I think it'll be fun. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Hey, Carrie, I got a response back from our IT department. I just wanted to forward it to you with what they showed the threat list was. So,
okay.
What's your email address?
You can send it to carrieabruce@gmail. You could send it to Carrie@myitinstructor, but I don't know. It might get blocked. Right? So, but carrieabruce@gmail is my. It's kind of the one I've had forever. Excellent. Any other questions for today? If not, you're welcome to drop off, and we will regroup in the morning, and we will pick a comprehensive project. I'll pick a comprehensive project overnight, and we'll have a full, you know,